Is it right? No. Did it? Really? Ah, fuck, really? That's what I get for boomerang. Honest to God. That's what happens. I do it. More frequently than I like. It's like, I was doing a little bit of grinding. Oh, I was doing some runs and I actually got a Harley Quinn's mask. Kind of funny, by the way. Let's see. No, no, no. No, no. Not this one. I will say Spiritborns are good on the grinding side of life. I mean, it's one of the faster ways of killing in the game at the moment. The question is, who do I give the Harley Quinns to? You see, but I do have to do this massive amount of rework. By the way, the meltdowns have been funny. Not the satirical meltdowns from the election have been good. Um, you know, see, tier 4 is this hysterical tier, by the way, that I personally, everything is tough for no damn reason, by the way. You know, it happens. Wrong character. I see something while I'm up here. What is my resistance here? Damn it. I want to see something. So armor is 20,001. Uh-huh. So Smug, how do you feel that Joy Reid called Florida a fascist dictatorship that was modeling itself after? I need to find that clip for you. What? Ted Cruz is it? Yeah, Ted Cruz, right? Because how do you like it? It only took 24 hours for it to set in, Smug. Like, no, no. Okay, what did you think of Dane's response? Dane, Bob, and them. What did you think? Uh, ooh. Do you mean he's not? Okay, so you're saying he's not a real far lefty? Oh, he would justify it. Yes. Because you see how Eric, their actual token gay bear, was legitly heartbroken Trump won? He was heartbroken, sir. The, you know what's funny? I talked to Ben on his stream. I was like, he was joking. I said, at least you survived the other day. And it clicked in his head, right? Because we hear horror stories how bad it is. He goes, yeah, at least Antifa didn't try to burn down the city. I'm like, well, that is true. Where he lives. I mean, you gotta think about it, right? I mean, Lotus Eaters had their video trying to mock it, but Joy Reid was like, it's like normal, right? It's like, no, her exact thing, and whoever found this was like, yeah, it's like Florida's already a miniature project of 2025, and there's a lot of fascists down there. My God. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, do you remember the day after Obama got elected? Okay, so in the U.S., all the blacks immediately went uppity and they go, "We got a black person in the White House. Suck it, white man." Oh, that shit. We were like, weren't you civil the day before? Weren't you civil the day before? Now you're not? Ah, understand. So what's the best meltdown you have seen so far? Besides the TikTok ones. Okay, Boogie we knew was fake. He also had the shirt already pre-tour by Hulk Hogan, yeah. The only thing is, he caused partial blindness to a bunch of people for blinding him with his fat and his man boobs. No, he's not banned. He's not banned. No, and we do not know to what extent he is owned by Keemstar. What? Well, no, no. Remember, Keemstar told made him get the after he faked having cancer. Remember? Do you remember Boogie's little drama recently? God. Uh. Uh. Well, you know what? You need to go. You need to go find your. You know what's impressive is the man, in fact, had one of probably a bunch of old magic cards that were worth money, and he only sold them off, right? Because he wanted to support his with that 18-year-old girlfriend who says she loves him or something. I'm like, okay, good for you. Um, I don't know. I don't know. You know, what can we say, right? Like, well, bear in mind, I know, like, there were stories. He was, like, flipping, like, Gaia's cradles and shit. I was like, okay, dude. I'm like, you, like, at least. Like, I'm just reserve list. See, he's old enough to still have reserve list cards, so it's, like, quartering. The only thing is, quartering came out of the Magic community too. But you know what's funny about the quartering? We always knew Jeremy was a dick. And the only reason what's funny is the only reason he got canceled by Wizards. He supposedly got canceled at Wizards for going after a cosplayer that Wizards was taking advantage of themselves. Now, take it for what it's worth, right? I'm sorry. It's kind of sad, right? It's just. I don't know. It's one of those weird ones, right? It's like, hey, details. But look, right? And you know, I saw because you know what Dane's tweet the day before? He goes, "Yeah, even though Trump won, we're still gonna do our thing." Now, Renown was calling them looking like they look like PDF files. Personally, I just think Dane is we know Dane likes to control his image. That's why when me and Gray were going after him, he started deleting his streams, and I had to find a way to save them. No, 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 no. I got the Baby Vosh vibes the whole time. But is Vosh an actual male feminist? So it's the but they are not against doing like the sex scene out of with Tosh out of Belgard, where they'll shove the woman against the wall and then act like a man. I kind of remember that. If I remember that name. Yeah, I do. Is he actually canceled, or is it just focus? This is true. Like that could, I think I remember it, but it's not like I'm not like Vincent. I just don't give a fuck about most of the commentary in locales. I just don't. You can. Oh no. No, you're like sticks, and then you get arrested for like battery or something horrible, touching your girlfriend or that you were fondling on stream. I'm just like, oh no, he got arrested. It was and then you everyone redug up all of Styx's old bullshit drama too. Like he apparently the girl that he thought he was in love with about prior that he had get an abortion first and then had a child with her later on. Number two, apparently, this time after. See, apparently he's quite the ladies' man, apparently. If I just like the uncomfortable look that she gave. What do we? It is. It's. It is. It's one of those things. It's just. And Styx is now like one of the. I like the return stream of Styx too. By the way, Styx tried it, and then he said we're going to praise Satan, and then there was a flicker light. Invoked a demon. And there was a little flicker of a light, and he was supposedly kicked out of the Church of Satan. So he got kicked out of the Church of Satan. Is it progressive? Uh, what? No, wasn't the. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the Modern Church of Satan not founded until at least like the 60s? Like, what was it? The weird guy. He looked like being the merciless. David Sokolov or whatever was like the face of it for a while. I know you know the face. Yeah. No, you can tell. This is. There's a lot. I retain a lot of knowledge, but it's that weird realm of like not useless knowledge. It's as I said to Edward. I told Edward I have a friend who wants to meet him. I want you to talk to him so much one day. I want you to understand. I actually asked him, and he hasn't replied yet. I go, do you think the Democrats will do lawfare against him for the next 4 years or try to kill him? And he said yes. But then he goes, do you think Trump is going to end democracy? Yes, I actually view it. I'm like, huh. So, hey, So, what's the difference between committing lawfare against somebody and then what they did to Trump for 4 years? Then Trump denying the election, which even the Democrats now believe. There's a lot of Democratic viewers.
That was about going to be the first question I was going to ask you. Do you think it's worth the sacrifice for the Democrats to win? Not even in
Oh no 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 no! People believe Trump is going to spend like the next 4 years relitigating the last. I don't think so, right? I really don't. I could say this now, but it could be I could be wrong. I don't think he's gonna try to jail Hillary or like do this shit. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen because
He's going to go to war?
because here's what he has to do. He has to clean up the crime. He has to clean up Ukraine. He has to clean up the Israeli Hamas conflict.
I think he's just going for like political purposes. I don't think he's
He's
actually
not
going
gonna
to.
do the fucking I'm going to hunt down my predecessor shit. That's projection by the Democrats.
I mean, the problem with the Democrats is they're just not arguing shit. So I can't argue for them.
Oh no 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 no. Okay, pop quiz. What would Lincoln's plan to deal with? You realize Lincoln was a massive racist, right?
I haven't fully been
Yeah,
into his
we've
biography.
heard stories. I'm not saying the razor fist thing, but Lincoln was a very racist man. Very. Do you know what was his? You know what his plan for the black people were? To ship them all back to Africa.
I think I feel like I've heard something from something like that.
He actually that was one of his plans, and no, of course, no one knows about this. They don't talk about this.
Which one? Which one?
Oh God, no, he didn't purposely pick the Civil War to start shit. No, no.
I mean, you know that meme with the blue, you know how they say, yeah, it's so strange how the blue guys won the war. And that's how the white guys lost it.
I mean,
They don't hear the reason why.
well, it's the whole thing, right? Like, apparently, I was wondering if the Lotus Eater people were joking that people at the Guardian and BBC were taking mental health days this week. What do you mean? Trump affected them that bad? Because actually, what is it? It's not everybody on the Lotus Eaters I dislike. I think the only one of the Lotus Eaters I dislike is the angry Catholic boy.
But him, I don't personally dislike.
I
I
don't
mean,
like
I
it.
like
He's a.
um
Mm,
he's a diversity. Unironically,
well,
maybe.
are they all that crazy or is that just him?
That's just him.
I can't remember his name, but I know who you know who I'm talking about.
He has like a special surname.
Yeah, and he's like he makes the most religious Bible thumper in the U.S. look sane.
I guess it's a bit weird because over here we have he is like the representation of like being getting like justified shot at mosques
Mm.
like churches getting destroyed and mosques getting
Oh,
looted.
oh yes, yes. We still have no idea what how why Notre Dame was burned.
Why?
It was just rickety old wiring in the wall.
Sure.
Meanwhile, in France, when that was happening, there was a bunch of church fires.
All the church fires in France.
No, in France. Do you remember that when Notre Dame
Yeah,
caught fire?
yeah,
Because apparently it's like, well, there's a lot of church fires recently. Oh. And then one of the leading monuments burns, and they don't ask a question.
I think it's like the international witness list, and they just keep their mouth shut. I think.
Well, it's okay. I mean, people forget that happened. I remember it happened, and I'm like, that was arson. Like, the clearest fucking sign of arson in the fucking world.
Like where I go back to like the church burnings again. Remember the whole
Yes, I do.
video rage where the service is pushing the news people
Well, look, Surf's. You know, that's a name I haven't heard in years. Like, I think he fell off because he wasn't good enough.
I mean, he really does his best in Sora. Like, he just rage baits in Sora and then just makes it amazing. Like, the point is, like, he pushed it really hard, like, about a week or two into the series, and this is just the end. He had, what, infestation?
Oh, and then I don't think even Dev defended him on that.
Because there were no actual data. They found zero proof of rage. They found smooth disturbance. And, it's like it's just funny that Rick is just castrated and castrated and fucking disturbance. Everyone got so yeah. He need but I mean indirectly trying to justify rage.
Well, isn't that normal? No, it's just another day. Hmm.
It's just another day. Of course you have no repercussions. You know, he's talking about like how the future will be. So you know, pushing false narrative.
Well, I mean,
Definitely people are
look, you know
biased.
what's funny? And even though I make fun of Edward on this, I know he watches my shit later on. He I say this to him because he actually believes this narrative that we. He believes this narrative that, like, he has the near derangement, but if there's a conspiracy theory, but he says all of my stuff is conspiracy theories, but well, you know what's funny? What we have found, because you come from Sargon's side of the internet, I come from
Yeah.
Arches, which in a little bit of these, and we blend together.
Yo,
What we have said for years has finally come to pass.
yeah. Like I'm watching it all. Everything, every single. I don't. You know, I don't even need to explain it.
No, you don't have to. I just explain it for people who see this later on. I'm just the person who our communities we've been saying, watch that over there, guys. Watch that over there, guys. And they go,
Oh,
that ain't gonna happen. And then there's people who start to see it and they go, oh shit. Arch and Sargon and V were right. God. Like, all of us got to the point we were like, oh, we're the canaries in the coal mine. Nah, you're just being hyperbolic. And by the way, how could Dane? My greatest part about what happened with Dane and them, they could not see. They actually thought Kamala Harris was going to win. You know, one of the first things I heard on Fox Refute afterwards was actually the story about Iowa caucus, the Iowa poll that said Kamala Harris was up by like 3 or 4% in Iowa. And then you know what Dane did on his program? That like a day or two before, he said that was real. Broke up. Mm. So what's funny is everyone knew that poll was bullshit. No conservative was answering a poll late because we all knew they were full of horseshit.
I guess that's another thing I find so fucking depressing about Twitter. Watching all the reactions of like just like, how did this happen? Oh, the polls are in my favor. Like you go to upload it, there was like, you know how our politics is sometimes it's like, oh, so like
Kinda. I don't know. Unless you became Canada overnight. Hmm.
like everyone now is leftist or whatever.
No, that's right. You guys know. You guys got Labor. Labor is apparently shitting a brick now that Trump's in office.
Like in the first month they shit the bed, but somehow after it works, and now they're all having a major protest against Trump. What does this mean to them?
I just
Like
think
they
that's
don't want to deal with it.
it's like I'm just laughing. I'm just like, well, aren't you the same party that bent over for all the Muslim migrants coming in, and we were making fun of you guys? And like, and they go, this is the part where the Brexit people were correct.
They were Brexit, right?
They were partly dumb, but I like you.
Brexit, if people wanted Brexit, they should stop the party that enforced it. So you know you have that whole disconnection.
Hmm.
So at the end of the day, it ended up going about it very badly, getting worse and worse and worse every time.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, and then it turns out some of them have scandals. And did Nigel Farage wind up getting his bank accounts back, or no? Was it Nigel?
I actually
The
don't
one who
know.
had
But
his bank accounts
but
for
if he did, then if he did, then we move on. Yeah, well, it was just a random thing. I thought it was just a Rogan turn.
Rogan turn.
I don't believe his man.
Well, I'll believe you. Totally fine. Nothing to see here. Oh yeah, yeah, no. And by the way, what I do every time I hear someone like Dane and them say about these people, he can say what he wants. I just think these people are halfway loony bin. They are. Yeah, Trump was a threat to democracy. Now, feel free to disagree with me, agree with me on this.
Constitutionalizing
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, no, no, no. You're overseas. Do you know what we felt in the U.S.? And tell me if this was correct and we had our concerns. The Democrats have been moving more towards a totalitarian state than we have.
That's what I'd like to see. I mean, like, how were these people trying to censor? Like, the View after this instantly went on. Yeah, we need
Oh,
to start censoring
oh God! The View
what
clip was
content.
good. No, the View clip was so good. Joy Behar was. This is why in other countries they teach media literacy.
The people weren't exercising their media literacy. They were censoring.
Oh, so whose misinformation should we believe now? Hmm.
Well, if it comes from, no, she specifically said Fox News. Is that the only? That's the memes for a lot of these people use. I've seen it on YouTube videos.
Fox News this. Oh yeah, no, no. Blurred Without Fear said something the other day. He goes, "Oh yeah, that Fox News BS." It's like, really, really,
I think I
really.
don't. I've seen it from like progressives, not so much conservatives, progressives.
I'm just like,
They have like this mental image that they have as the public who just sit down and watch
uh,
Fox News and get their outlets from.
yeah, no,
Like
let me,
if they're not comprehend, someone would disagree
mm,
that they are
no,
from
no,
just sitting around watching Fox News and getting their share from Fox
no.
News.
I know I said this to you during the other. Let's ask again so people see this. Okay, what do you think Tucker Carlson's viewership was when he was at Fox? And this is when he was dominating the other news networks in his time slot.
I know you told me he like had, well, for the time he had the highest, but he was still as like
What do you think it was?
yeah.
Like 3 million. 3 million. Okay. What do you think MSNBC and CNN were like getting? Like point ones below? Okay.
I'd say below that.
Well, what was Bill O'Reilly's? Remember, I told this will blow people's minds. This was cable news before he got fired, and even when he got fired, do you know what his final ratings were?
Any
6 to 8 million. And at his mid height, he was getting 10 to 12 views in like 10 million. And that to tell you how many. And of course, Fox News got rid of him, but like he went his own way, and he has more views on YouTube than he ever did on Fox. Now, the funny part about it is he was astonished by that, even though he's like that boomer journalist, whatever. But what does that tell you about who watches this stuff? Like, and then, oh, so 3 million people watch Fox News? I bet you money if CNN wasn't shown in coffee shops, it wouldn't be shown anywhere. Right. See, Smug?
yeah.
I hate redoing inventory. believes this? I don't understand. It's a little weird. And by the way, the one thing I do hate about Diablo 4 is when you go do boss farming, you have to clean out inventory. I have 5 pages, 6 pages of nearly full shit.
I haven't played Diablo 4, but I've heard rumors about how
It's not bad. It's not bad. But I'm
what
literally
are the
having.
rumors about.
Well, okay, it's between 2 and 3, but the inventory system is pure hell. And the whole thing is I keep these in case people sell, but to sell them or do things. But half these things aren't usable. It's like I got a random mythic today. I also got Ring of the Starless as well. I'm like, oh, so this is probably going to go to my Necromancer though. So. No, it's funny. Because I'm gonna have to get you on another topic. I was gonna wait till a day. Do you remember that idea that I told you on a video? You had the perfect voice for it. It's a commercial, a short video for. Okay, I have to script it, and you could voice it. We could come over it. But I was waiting to see meltdowns. It was. Do you need like it's like a mental help or medicine style commercial post? But I need to find clips. But I'm so shit at video.
I mean, there are plenty of TikToks about this.
Because it would go something like, it would be like, it'd be like something to the effect of, look, this is just justification for our side. They actually thought they were winning the culture war. And what's funny is, what have we said? We said, we are going to come back. They should have known something was up when Dustbin failed.
Well, it's always the same. They just deny justifications by reality. Dustin, Concord. Well, nobody played Concord, but everybody defends it. They understand.
They defend Concord, but Concord didn't do well in beta testing.
What I mean is that they defend it because they understand that if Concord
Hmm.
fails, the IP is failed. That's why they do it.
Hmm.
You see all these posts talking about how we should feel bad for how Concord's actually really destroyed diverse games.
We
It's
should
all because
feel
they did it.
we should feel bad
Like,
about the Dustbin developer that developed that entirely on money, and his next project is entirely funded by whatever.
external,
Hmm.
like making fake propaganda documents.
Hmm.
Like the viewpoint, he likes to point out stuff which is very accurate. Which is none of these people
When
have
he
any
knows it,
perspective
yes.
on the current. None of these people have any perspective on the current. Like instead, what do? They go around and claim that Caesar has to be lesbian, he has to be trans, and she's an aggressive Satanist. That Samus has to be trans. Like Bridget was the one thing they had. They basically proved the other thing.
Oh no. Oh no, are we talking about, is that the Guilty Gear character that's the boy that was
I'm not.
raised in?
I'm not. No, I ruined by the government.
No, it was no, because in the village they said it. I remember. No, even Dev defends Bridget. No, Bridget. The story. Okay, they in the village they didn't like having. Uh, if you had two twins, one was a male, it was a sign of bad things.
Yeah, so they wanted the elementals as outcasts.
Basically raised him being a girl, and he'd been that way. That's actually, God, what game is that? The only reason I know that lore is because everyone fucking. Because.
No, what's the history about PS4?
Well, to
Why
be fair, it was also a subject of a lot of early Shota work.
he's famous on R34 though? That's the original Xenoblade.
Jesus.
I mean,
Feel old enough that you know the origins of this. It's kind of like Vito was going to have a comic book. One of his comic book covers is done by the guy who did La Blue Girl.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna say you don't. Yeah. I don't know. Vito's still working on it. I'm waiting to see when Tony's coloring book comes out. It's definitely not gonna be a rip off of Battletoads, but ugh. No, I think. See, the only problem I have, and see, some people I was like playing with it, like, how do you have all these materials? Because I do. I just farm over and over. But the problem is, infernal compasses don't stack, so they all go around and stay in your inventory. Infernal compasses are another horde mode that is like RNG dependent.
And how many do you get?
How much Aether? You can get about 500 to 700 per run. It just depends on things. Then most of us just turn it into Ocidite that we need for stuff. And people are shocked you have a lot of this material. Like, I literally have had distilled fear blood. I don't spend the blood as fast as I get it, but people are shocked I have it. I'm like, just play the game normal, you'll get a bunch. Then, and what's funny is my gold. I'm only at like 1 billion gold in the game, and there's people who farm it and they make a lot of gold. I farm items that could be worth like $10 IRL. I'm like, well, that's a thing, but I don't do RMT. You know, I just gotta get this organized. Like, Tier 4 is a pain in the ass. The problem now is currently this. See, Diablo 4 is between 2 and 3. It takes features from 3, moves it over. Well, Diablo 4 is also the victim of everyone wants to shit on it like they do the Division, but it has a bunch of players. Well, the problem with Diablo. Okay, the Axeman thing, he played it not knowing it was going to be a seasonal game. I'm not going to say anymore. Well, okay. Here's the thing. It was drafted after 3. When I say it's modeled after 3 and 4, right? It's after modeled after 2 and 3. It brought the characters back to 3, about 2 to 3, right? So all our characters are hybrids of, like, Spirit Board is like the Witch Doctor and the Shaman. Okay? Just to give you an idea. That's what the Spirit Born is. It's like the monk. No, it's the monk and the witch doctor. Necromancers are necromancers just blended through the various games. You know? Necromancers really don't change. Barbarians have changed somewhat over the years, but not really. I actually skipped playing 3 because I knew it was going to be pure seasonal and I had already other games. So, but not to mention I had to replace with Vessel of Hatred. I had to replace. Well, the only thing that also pissed people off with Vessel of Hatred was they legacied all of our gear. Again. The second time in a year. And when they did the masterworking, which was the tempering, you couldn't. So that was one. And then when Vessel of Hatred came out, they did it again. Ask Destiny players how they feel about having their stuff, whatever. But the problem is the economy in Eternal is eternally fucked. Prices in Eternal, those people do not know how. It's the meme of a loaf of bread cost a bar of gold. Apparently like a 2 or 3 star item will cost you like 2 to 4 billion. I'm like, okay. Like, we don't get that much gold. They'll go, like, if there's an item that's a 4 star, it's like that. But a lot of those people live there, think they're gods. And I'm just like, the real gameplay is in seasonal, not in this. See, this is all for Spiritborn, so at least our realm. What's funny is one of the mythics, like this spear, can only work on Spiritborn, by the way. It's a unique glaive. It can't work on anybody else. But Spiritborns don't do overpower. But think of this game as like a mini version of a spreadsheet in a way. It's not that bad. My friend's like, you can't do any build you want. Yes, you can. The tree itself, like Spiritborn itself, is like no one knows how to build Spiritborns. Nobody. Are you centipede? Are you gorilla? Or are you bird? Which spirit hall are you? Currently, no, centipede is not the. Well, they'll. We're talking like you're talking. Well, everyone likes centipede. Top damage right now is eagle with quill volley, only because quill volley has. Spiritborns have. What makes Spiritborns powerful is its additives. They haven't nerfed the additives. What is the term? Additives and multipliers. Yes. It does lifesteal. Basically, like my build, I use Toxic, Scourge, Touch of Death, but I also use Stinger too. Basically, I leave a giant snail trail of absolute poison everywhere. It's. I was very unsure about this, but I don't do. It's weird unless you're talking about certain builds just do a lot more. But the problem is half they've turned this game into is time clearance. Which we both play ZZZ and HI MiHoYo games. We know how time clearance goes. What happens when they make them tankier than normal? It makes a fucking metagame that we have to bend our builds into a pencil to work. It's like I've been experimenting with runes. But my RNG in this game is basically my RNG consists of getting everything I don't want. Good for somebody else. But no, it's funny by Dustborn, right? That game's can you believe that's done by the same guy who did the Journeys game and the Dreams game from Red Thread Games?
And that was 8 years in the making. Like, how did you shit that out? What a world to be fair,
Because I've heard about, if anyone knows of what Red Thread has done, they have made good games in the past. And the guy is, like, I mean, granted, Heavy Rain wasn't for everybody. Do you remember Heavy Rain? I know you do.
Jason, is that press X to Jason?
Heavy Rain was a PlayStation game where I think you play as the woman and you're solving a crime or whatever. It's a cinematic game. Yeah. There's like two, and it's like, I forget it, it's been so long. Yeah, it's like the cinematic movie game, basically. Yeah. And people hated that format for... Yeah. Oh, by the way, there is the game that's going to be great, and Actman also praised this game as well. South of Midnight. Oh God, you've never seen the trailer for South of Midnight? No. Huh. Oh God, I have to send that to you, Smug. As a point. Yeah, see, we don't have enough. By the way, the funny part is we don't have enough inventory space, because here's the thing. We either get rid of infernal compasses, which are take a fucking shit ton to farm, because these things in Eternal go for like 500,000 to like 1,000,000 plus a run sometimes. You can charge like an arm and a fucking leg for these things. Yeah, because, as I said, in Eternal, that's why no one gets rid of them. Ever. Like, you see my character in Eternal that has like a half a page of them. It's a mess. No, I mean the inventory system. It's like a lot of this stuff. I'm just banking on this, and I'll just use it to fund my stuff in Eternal. That's what I do. But no, let me find that for you. Oh yeah, it's so good. But the meltdowns post, like, I don't know. Has Destiny retracted his thing he got ratioed on yet?
I know he posted
Did he?
posted something often, something with months ago, and crashed these big companies for
What do you mean? He got it wrong? I like the meme. Has anyone checked on Mark Hamill lately?
no. I would say that, but yeah. I've seen them online.
No, have you seen him? How he got ratioed? By the way, that's the South of Midnight. By the way, that's the South of Midnight. Yeah, I need to show you the South of Midnight gameplay. It's so great. Um, um, okay, so it's Canadians trying to design. They're trying to design what Cajun black people, Cajun culture looks like, and they turned her into a black woman, and they were going to go with a white Cajun woman first. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game hasn't come out yet. It comes out next year, I believe. It's great. It's horrible.
I
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard about this game. Kim Billar was like, they came and designed us Cajun culture without ever going to Louisiana. You know that's going to be good, right? No? Inventory from. And well, the only thing is, I'm just used to games. By the way, I'm usually used to games like Diablo 4. It's basically the quest to search for better gear. Basically, we restart a new character every season. But this is basically, it's kind of what we do, you know. But now there's this big dividing line. If you don't own the DLC, you can't go into Nahatu at all. So, take it for what it's worth, right? Yeah, but South of Midnight is probably going to fail too, because that is a DEI project too. No one's talking about it. So, be prepared to hear whinging on that one. I never play rogues, so I never use these.
there's like a combination of so many. But I mean, he's kind of
South. Do you know the story on him? He popped out of he popped out of the division community as well. So he came out of the division community. He did guides. He was actually, he's journalism. He was actually in Boston when the Boston bombing happened.
Oh, my
Yeah.
boy, right? I think his reviews have been pretty solid.
Like, most people don't know. A lot of people, it's like the Magic community has a lot of intellectual people in it that aren't leftards. But they exist. Yeah, I get rid of It always sucks. It always sucks to break down things. But the difference between gear in this game is like sometimes night and day difference. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the only thing I hate about Diablo 4, when you get to the seasonal part, most of us are just squeaking out damage. I mean, that's why everybody in C. Okay, see, if I wanted to play a game like this, I would easily play Path to Exile, which is a spreadsheet game. As we joked another time about that, let the Chinese figure out all the math in ZZZ and Genshin on who's the most broken character. Let
Spreadsheets.
let them draw up the spreadsheets and then let them figure it out. That's what a lot of people do in this game, unironically. They're
I
the
think
in the end game. They're like, "Wow, this is the best build. I do 1 billion damage." And some of these people, like I know the guy who does it, and I know he's half bullshit. And I'm like, and it's a guy. I know one guy who does the guides for this. I used to play Division with him, and he's like the most mediocre Division player ever. Like unless someone showed him meta or like shoved it right up his ass. Like he could build. No, he actually could play. You would never know. I'm the type of person who runs into people who are semi-famous, or the famous people. Like I've actually gamed with like multiple times an old division with 21 kiloton, who's one of the main division people coverage, and he does like a lot of satirical stuff. He's like an old like UK guy, you know, does them over the other. See, like apparently this ring is not meta this season. So it's really funny how this is not meta this season. But any other season, like this would be a very expensive item. And you never know what could change in about 2 weeks. Supposedly we're supposed to get a balance patch here soon. And then it's going to be to the death and demise of a lot of Spiritborns. Spiritborns are either going to have to work on defense or they're going to have to do something. As much as I like my Spiritborn, Centipede's rather fun, but anything that has poison resist. Basically, all we do is we stack multipliers. That's all we do. Multipliers and additives. They haven't been nerfed yet, but I suspect they're going to get nerfed.
we're constantly improving.
Well, this was before the season incoming. Before when Vessel of Hatred dropped, they nerfed so much stuff. It's not even funny. I shit you not. That's what they did. And apparently, it has actually hurt a lot of classes in game for it. That's why a lot of our fun builds have been reduced to just doing nothing but can we clear these things as fast as humanly possible? Which is never fun, by the way. It's worse. It's very bad than like a given meta. What's the difference in like 98 stats versus max life? Damage to elites. Basically, all we do is we stack. Basically, like we're just going around stacking more life so we don't die and we can outlast people. It becomes a very big slog, especially at like tier 4. If you don't have 2,000 armor, you're basically, if you don't have 2,000 armor, you're kind of fucked. Basically, you have to have multiple resistances at 70, or else you're screwed. Basically, I was playing early. Hmm? It just depends on your not raids or the enemies. Like, I know personally, unless you have everything maxed out and squeaking out every bit of damage, like, you don't see this on my screen, right? So when you're masterworking, so on Mythic, so I have gear that I need to move 8 to 9. So moving your masterworking your gear between 8 to 12, it's 450. So basically it doubles. It's going to go to 900, then to 1350. And then the max to get it to 12 is 2600. You know how many, like, after I was farming I have? I have 9,000 Ocidite. How long do you think that's gonna last getting shit to 12? And I have to masterwork almost all of this. Well, to be fair, if you get into a group, it's one of the easiest things to farm. Until the other one. Mostly good. No, mostly good. You know what's the difference between seasonal and eternal players? We basically give away stuff just for free. We do boss rotations. Eternal has a little bit of a elitist community, but it's a weird thing. They stay stagnant for a long time. Eternal stays stagnant for a reason of when you see them, right, they don't really move up. If that makes sense. So seasonal, like this season, we don't have any currently gauntlets and rifts are disabled, which I understand why. Rifts are instead, so we have no greater rifts. But what's funny is a lot of people were ready for it. Because I do suspect a lot of nerfs are going to be coming to Spiritborn. And that's going to come in their multipliers. But the question is, how hard is it going to hit them? And that's going to be the deal. I mean, Barbarians got hit so bad with the fucking nerf bat. Currently? Barbarians got hit on their multipliers. What was it? Yeah, Barbarians got hit on multipliers. It depends what barbarian you are. Like, it just depends. Some barbarians got hit harder than others. Like, I suspect the first thing to get hit is going to be Quill Volley. Quill Volley is going to get hit very hard. We just don't know how bad Quill Volley is going to get hit. Quill Volley currently does. One of my friends I was playing and leveling the other day with, he basically is like, what's that whole thing? And it's like, yeah, that's Quill Volley. Quill Volley is the people you see shitting out random white splooge everywhere of like AoE effects. They're everywhere. Those are the videos you're seeing. They just run through a crowd throwing shit out. That is Quill Volley. That is going to get hit first. I can guarantee you. Spiritborns are fun, don't get me wrong. You don't have to have 70, but your trees also look like shit. Basically, if you don't have a way to make stuff invulnerable, vulnerable, you aren't going to do damage, or you're going to have to be mixing aspects. Huh. Like, I have all the other stuff to do what I need to do. I'm just stacking it right now. Like, to be fair, that's all I do. I hoard things horribly. And these people are like, this is what I was saying to somebody earlier. People are shocked I farm. I mean, right now, this isn't even all my boss materials. I just get it by playing the game normal. I mean, you figure out, it's still a Build-A-Bear paradise. Smug, did you ever play Sacred or Sacred 2? I play a lot of I play a lot of ARPGs. See, like any other given season, right? Soul brands would be money. 4-star Razor, what is it? 4-star Razor plates, right? Would be a lot of money. IRL and in game, they are this season. Now, granted, we can thank a lot of the fuckers that Wowhead and let's see, what's the site, everyone? Maxroll for screwing up the meta, though. Yes. I don't know. I still like Diablo 4. I mean, Fallout say my friends like you play that much Fallout 76. I'm like, yeah, it's a good decent game. Community's helpful over there too. I just basically look, it's Fallout 4 multiplayer. What more can I say about it? It's it. They got a lot of those. They got a lot of those ironed out. Look, fun fact: any open world game, you're always going to have a shit ton of bugs. Bethesda's half of Beth. I look just to give you an idea. I went into it's mutated events, so I went down into an area that no one really goes into, right? Ever. It's funny, people don't. That map is 4 times the size of Fallout 4. By the way, there's an under area, and I saw pixelation in the area, right? In the water, which normally doesn't happen a lot. It just happens sometimes. And it might be something on my end. You know? Not a very common thing, but it happens. I mean, give or take. See, this is see the chess piece. Like, initially I had in mind to use, see what's funny with Centipede and other stuff, you can use, like, Jacket's Shell. But I was starting to feel I was dying too much. But also, Spiritborns don't have a lot of armor, so I had to go to a lot of armor rolls. That is a downside. You're very much a hit-and-run character, always on the move. But you see weird little graphics bugs. You don't really see a lot of the bad ones anymore. Like, that's because they rushed that game out the damn door, basically. It's kind of, it was meant to be a tie-over game for, like, till the next Fallout or the next Elder Scrolls or something. And or no, it was actually meant to be the holdout until Starfield came out. So they rushed a lot of that game. So take it as a grain of salt. I mean, to be honest, the meta hasn't really shifted. I don't think there's still a lot of people playing bloodied builds. Ironically. Even though those are supposed to be. Maybe because I don't run into radioactive rain as much as I used to. They promised a lot of radioactive rain. So the bloody builds were. You're not seeing 95% bloody builds anymore. But it's Fallout 76 is in a weird place. They, most part, it's just a couple of people who are usually the average gamer. Is in you're either playing with friends. There's actually a lot of women that play that game. It's like Destiny and like WoWish levels, like 40%, and just helping each other out. Huh. I mean, right now in Diablo,
Is it like this? Like, have you heard of phenomenon of Red Dead Redemption Force Unleashed? Is it something like that where it's like a female director?
dare should I invoke most women play support roles?
I mean, League of Legends actually did. You might actually know this, but League of Legends actually did like a statistic
Did
on
they actually do a survey? They're all healers?
yes.
Yeah, I've actually heard from a female player that, and I've gamed with them, they don't like doing main DPS. They like supporting.
Really?
I, I've never understood it. I'm like, I'm like, occasionally.
Main DPS. Well, the thing is, support can get tanky. They can die.
Damn.
It's more like
Okay.
melee kills. You know, supports melee can die. Their equipment can die as well. Their input isn't as direct, I guess.
So,
Maybe.
so you have never cussed out the mercy or support person in League and called them trash?
But well, I mean the legends, yeah. Because like when it comes to like generally, like if you're ADC goes 0-4, that's a massive factor. They go 0-2, that's even larger. The support goes 0-2, well, ADC is toast. But if he's not the game, as long as the ADC isn't dying, then he or she gets additional benefit,
Hmm.
and that's it basically it's a role that avoids annoying people generally.
But they also like playing magic characters too.
Well, for a few things, like majority of supports aren't really I mean actual game players. Like there's like Rock who like this is like assassin kind of thing.
You know,
It's awesome.
I was actually under the impression that women liked playing. Who's the really butch-looking one from Overwatch? Reinhardt.
Um,
I
yes,
I
the
know
Russian
I
Russian
know
guy.
who you're. I know
I'm
who
not
you.
pushing on the. Everybody knows the females like these characters. I don't know why. They just do.
I'm sorry. Soldier 76 is an old gay man who's Latino.
I mean, it's the old rumor that Tracer is gay, because
Oh
Gundam
no 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 no!
is
Tracer was bisexual. Is now bisexual.
yeah, she fucks females. What is that lore?
Sorry. No, that's not official lore. That's nope. We all
That's
know.
the
Look, we
that's the
all
official lore.
know. We all know. R34 does not drive anything.
Are you talking about actually? I knew about Tracer before fucking
Most people know about Overwatch through 4chan memes and deviant art.
like
God.
the whole the Bioshock is it Mary? Live in it. Have you seen that old Live in video? And it's like this delves into further technology for like countless years. And you
Oh.
can't tell what they did. And it's like modding Steam, like they created a new
Oh no. What's funny enough, right? Now tell me that when they designed that game, Diva was not designed as an Asian stereotype.
Asian gamer. Who fucking knows, man? She speaks half Chinese.
Yeah,
And she gets angry.
she,
Yeah.
nah, she was designed as a goddamn stereotype.
How so?
Well, she also pilots a robot, aka a Gundam.
But that's yeah. She's the Gundam gamer. The gamer that was
The police robot.
Well, the Brazilian uses Diablo bombs and has electric power. I don't use it, But
What?
Brazilians and Diablo bombs are completely different.
No, I thought the Brazilian meme was they all laugh and they go hugh 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 hugh.
You don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know. I know about the Brazilian laugh that we used to make fun of it. That was like popular. It's like all Canadians say "a."
Oh, you like the Japanese way, like say A.
Yes, yes, the judge. Yeah, they they do it. I've I've lived long enough through video games to know when the Chinese people were being assholes and taking over the server when we knew like Russians. I mean, how the Chinese would. We would type in Tiananmen Square 1989 just to get them to see if how many of them would be disconnected. Oh God. It's actually funny. People don't realize that. Like, you could show someone modern day, like, because the Chinese censorship policy was so funny. Like, I don't understand that either in Division. I'm like, Chinese gamers, if I log on overnight, there's a lot of Chinese and Asians on. I don't mind that. They don't work with us. I just hate the fact they use global chat as yes, and it's
Well,
wrong.
not only here.
Stop it.
They call it UUS, but it's just developer support. If I play like this now, it's
Well,
completely shit.
I mean, what's oh oh my favorite is the picking their brains about communism. We used to do that. They don't know any better, honestly. Eh, yes. If I go over, what's funny in this game, I've had like three. Uh, See, two of my characters I have this season. Like this character is. See, this character is going to be replaced by this one in Eternal Blood. See, I named my Blood Necro uh, Vampirella.
You're not streaming.
I'm not streaming here. I'm streaming on my channel, but yes. I call her Vampirella. I actually initially call between my two. I actually call sometimes my when I do my female necromancer Lady Death. Okay, you don't know. Do you know it?
From Martin.
Lady Death, the lady who has like the female superhero, like '90s, 2000s. She kills people with a big bastard sword. Really? Must have been an American thing. Lady Death. Lady Death.
I feel like I've seen her before, but she's probably like gone. I'm looking her up. Yeah, I feel I've seen her
You
before.
have seen her. I know.
I bet she got canned
Well, to
possibly.
be fair, it's a very old IP, okay?
That's how Twitch works. Old IPs are like, oh,
She still gets published periodically, but you don't see it. She's basically the white skinned, like, how you figured, so, like, she's more famous. She's not a mage. She just basically kills people with a two-handed, basically bastard sword. Really?
um,
I show this. I have to show this to you. Like, if you ever see it, like, God, this is how much inventory I actually have. Like, my Eternal is a mess. I'm actually waiting when I get my character to 300, and I have to show up a guy. He calls himself Wolverine 187. He said he's the best Shadow Necro in the world. Go fuck yourself. But he's the biggest bitch ever. This is what I was talking about when I see you on stream, right? If you see this, I'm streaming in this Discord, dude. This is what they did to us. This is what they did. They re-legacied our gear again. Now, granted, ignore the fact.
Was that usually in favor of that?
No, they did it. So okay. So when they first did tempering, right? This is tempering. They legacy gear, right? And then they did it again at uh they did it with Vessel of Hatred. So this is all my summon materials. By the way, you see that? Right. Yeah, have you ever wondered why when I say I farm? Yes.
And is the war coming up this month?
I could literally carry, like, do entire just runs for people. See, I can't get rid. Like, I was playing earlier through. Like, this is gear that I got, right? Like, I got, like, gear
Actually, good.
here. This is, like,
What's your game?
in Eternal?
Exactly.
In Eternal, it just
That
depends on the patch. Like, a lot of people right now like to live, like, if you are in. The difference between Eternal. I need to clean this up, anyways. I'm never in Eternal. I kind of swear it off, like, after. A lot of these are, like. Uh, like, a lot of these aren't going to wind up staying. I'll just move over. Because I only use GA gear. So when you see, like, this gear with stars, that's GA's. Now, the thing about them is, these are what I was talking about. I got rid of a lot of these, right? So we save the 10s, get rid of these, but we save 8s, because these are hard. Okay, it's a concept no one likes the farmers. Like, farmers keep. I don't know, you never played New World to understand. So the farmers basically keep the machines running, so to speak. Um, New World, even though it is a disaster of a game that it is, that it got re-released for the 80th time. No, it got re-released and turned into something. It was always the merchants and the farmers that kept the war guilds up and running. The only way wars were fought. So, I've always made my way being a trader slash merchant. So in Eternal, right, a lot of these, like, none of these are worth money because no one really cares. It's only if it's not GA do people care. See, we have mythics, right? You can't trade mythics. So something like this is always required. Let's say hardcore, you always have these. Did you see? Eternal's just a very different format. It just doesn't change, you know what I mean? It doesn't. It's basically the ones who they like their power fantasy, yet they cannot. They don't like doing the whole seasonal bit. But everybody plays mainly only in tier 4. And Eternal is just a very different format than. It's basically like. See, like, the hardcore players are designed for. It's designed for the Path of Exile people. They're not designed for the. You know what's funny? I got these, unironically, for very cheap. Spiritborn. Like, Spiritborn stuff in Eternal is very cheap. But. That I say but. The other ones aren't. So in Eternal, it's just a different game. I mean, you can level in seasonal. Hardcore characters are hardcore characters. Once they die, they die. But each of the 3 realms. So, by the way, that's a really cool armor. By the way, there is a rogue version of this armor. It is one of the few skins I've actually paid for. I just wish these skins weren't so damned expensive. They are $20. That is the rogue. You cannot tell me that's not cool. I
It's a cool skin. It's like justify that. For me, justify that.
That's how much it is. That is. It's like, but you get all. But you get all of this, basically. You actually get all of this. They and some of these armors in pieces. Like currently, they were running. Like my problem with half these cosmetics is they just don't fit something. Like this is a necromancer skin. You want to look like a skin? Eh, little weird. Dark Souls fans, Elden Ring fans would like this, I'm sure. Now there is one skin. Like I don't like a lot of the Spiritborn skins. It's just, some look good. As I said, you see why I said they look like Mayans, and Aztec, but they don't. You can't design one this way. So they got the. Oh look, they got the. Oh, they actually did it. Oh no. Yeah, they did it. I know you know this. The Trolls Shaman. Yeah, I was wondering what the Spiritborn was gonna get. Yes.
It lets you. Okay. Okay, the wild stuff.
Okay, this is what I'm going to have to definitely get for Necro. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, the lich. Well, it's not all. I mean, I saw that sitting so long. So
Look, I am a sucker for not only full plate armor, right? This is Necromancer with full plate armor. That is the great sword. Yes. This I've actually seen in game. Someone has this. This actually.
invincible. Oh,
So clearly, these are the WoW skins, right? Now, this I think for Barbarian, I'm going to wind up getting too. But you're gonna get, and then there, it's 2,600. Uh, that's like $20 US, 20 something. I mean, in reality, you could earn it over time. Now, the only
well, what is overtime?
multiple seasons. I don't know. It depends how addicted like you are. Like it depends really. Like the only thing I hate about druids are their okay, I will not play a druid until I cannot play a fat druid. I refuse to play a druid. By the way, this is I hate the aesthetic. Also, they're very gear dependent. So, I don't like this barbarian skin. This is art. This is who's the king? Like bearer.
Very.
Barian, yes.
Oh, who's this one?
The one. This is it looks very bland, by the way. It looks I don't like the Necro the Necro looks good because this is a current one, but it's just not my style.
What's on the greens? Oh,
No. No, she's in WoW. This is the WoW Legends.
oh, the newest.
This is the one that's the villain that's the head of the void.
Yeah,
Yeah. See, a lot of these look good. Like, some of these, if you look. You know. Fists of the Primes. I mean, I've seen that in game. Hmm. Some of these actually look good. They'll occasionally put stuff on sale, which I mean, most Spiritborns look weird. Like these are 40 off right now. I just don't like that on the Necromancer. It just doesn't look good. It just doesn't. I mean, a lot.
I guess the back is much. Might be that other.
Well, I mean,
The
800.
backside. Maybe
800.
maybe different, but
You're. If you look at how most of us play, we're basically zoomed out. I mean, like certain characters look. Like I've seen a lot of these, but you don't see a lot of customized skins in game. You don't see a lot of these because we get a lot of them. Because when you look at a lot of our characters, it's okay. So you're your character creator. This is a spirit board, depending on how you custom. I hate the customizing, right? So the customize, right? Let's say you're doing it. Look, a lot of these characters. By the way, how do you like your characters with skin disease? Good. Yes. Most of these characters look. I know you're a ginger. You love your gingers. A lot of these characters look freaking ugly as sin. You know, you got your gingers. These are the Spiritborns. Spiritborns actually don't look as shit. This looks good until you look up to the characters. Half these characters were beaten with ugly sticks. Well, they have not been in. I don't know. I'll be honest, spirit boards do look good for what they are. They don't. The only thing I hate about spirit boards, and I ran into this with mine. I made mine to have the. I can change the tattoos, the markings. It just doesn't look good. Like I have this centipede. It just my friends like ask what happened to my face. It's like it's because I colored the marking. I used the centipede marking, and then I turned it. I turned it green, and it just looks. Uh, it just looks awful, right? God,
when you say I color that works, can you tell me?
you could. Well, I guess. Okay, which? Okay, that's the centipede one. You can turn it red. I don't know if it doesn't work. See it. Look, you can go the very. But the problem is, if you're going to do centipede themed a character, you're going to do this.
You should just get one.
I know, it just doesn't. I could recolor the character. A lot of this, right? We don't really have like when you go to the stereotypical characters. Barbarians. Now, what's funny in the original? Now, do you like your muscle mummies?
Yeah, of course.
See, she actually. Barbarian is one of the few that they actually kept the boobs bigger. But someone has a muscle mommy fetish. So, now, this is why I hate druids. Yes, yes. Think of this every time you see a druid in game. Ever. So,
You wear that by choice.
you have no choice but to be a fat person. You have you have no other choice but to play a fat barbarian. Yes. Burn them in hell. Rogues look very normal. Necromancers all look a shade of, well, forget the whole boob slider. There isn't one for this character. You can do definitely good aesthetics with these characters. Necromancers, for the most part, look fine. But just don't see yourself without armor. You look like an emaciated goth person.
Well, then,
But Necros you can do pretty well with. But half these characters were beaten with the ugly stick. I swear. You just don't look at your characters up close. But, Eternal designing characters was, right? It's just weird. They do well with certain characters, but I'm just gonna be honest. Some aesthetics I would say burn in hell. It's just that bad. See, a lot of us don't realize why we bury our stuff in armor, basically. See, why pay for a skin when you every armor we dismantle can become armor? Now, the funny part about it is I gotta check this character's gear because I am trying to redo gear because I need to get these out. So whenever we look at our characters, just to give you an idea, this is the different armor options. So when we ever dismantle gear, it becomes a skin itself. Good concept, right? Very good. We can mix and match all day. You know? Yep. That's the cool feature about this. Two M's. That's a 3GA, isn't it? That's like a 3 bill piece, though. People overvalue that thing. Tybalt will. People overvalue this very greatly. It's just runes. And it's in the right spots, except for one. So when you look at stats, right? Because that's max roll for what that is. I just wish it was right there. So basically, if it's ohms, I don't need ohms. I really don't need ohms. So runes are the current currency. In reality, runes basically modified gear. Where is this person? Here. He gets me the other. I mean, in the long run, right? Oh, it's not that. Nope. He split it. Uh-oh. Yep. It's own. Mm-hmm. Trading in game. Good. Ah. The reason I do that, Smug, is because this is a 3GA. They're not very common. You know what I mean? The only difference is I would... Now, this would be a lot more expensive if it had max stats. That's not masterwork. You can't trade items that have been bound. Does that make sense? So you can't trade items that aren't, See, like, a trash version GA of this goes for 1 billion plus. Or, like, basically $20. A 3-star of this goes for, like, 20-something dollars. IRL. Find it, you're basically getting $30. So, various items, right? You know, Like, the thing is, this is blood. Like, this in any other season would be really good. But that's what I was saying about cosmetics, right? Those are all the cosmetics we can do. We can do those cosmetics, right? I mean, to be fair, right? So, runes, I haven't done much with this season, right? You can invoke a skill. These are, like, going to go into our slots. This does, the only thing it hurts the meta on this is it does separate the class of the people who own the DLCs from the people who don't. Does that make sense? That's the only thing about it. So these can make your characters inadvertently a lot stronger. I haven't done it. So some of these are better, some of these are worse, give or take. So Blood Knights, right? Use the blood skill. The only necro I don't like are bone. Because bone is designed around. Yeah, see, I gotta do a lot of Paragon work if I ever. Uh, 4. Well, 3 effectively. So bone, blood, shadow. Right. So bone, blood, and shadow. Um, so there's bone, blood, and shadow. Now, Necros can use curses if you so choose. Some do. I don't, because I usually go this. I'll take the Blood Lance and I'll take this. Now, the thing I do need is I need a good cursor for this. Those are very hard to find. So they made it where ults now go up to 5. Shadow has an ult now. Shadow is its own. Oops. So Shadow is its own. So Necros basically, like if you're using a curse, like you don't have to have this equipped to use a thing. So there's a way, so someone told me. And it's actually a really interesting way. Like this is meant to be used on Blood Surge right here, which has a lot of damage, but these are really hard to find in GA. Very expensive. Thank you to the people who designed the memo. But when you see a lot of this, right? Like I got this really cheap, by the way. Like this. No one really cares about these. This is the Butcher's Cleaver. So someone no, it doesn't. Someone wanted really cheap of it because this is a very off meta item. Very much, very weird. So when you go to this is what I was talking about. You see how this goes from 450? This will go to 900, then 1350, then 2600 for the final. That's how expensive masterworking is. But it's really easy to do, but you're just farming the materials, right? So it goes from 450 to 900 to 1350 to 2700. That gets it from 8 to 12 or 9 to 12. Right there. Does that make sense? Spam? You get what I'm saying, right? You need. So it doubles. Right? See, now it goes to 900. Now, this is how masterworking works. A lot of people are staying comfortable. They're not really going into tier. They're playing in tier 3 or tier 4, right? Because in tier 4, you need a lot of armor. So this is what, tier 2, so I'll be minus 500, so I'll be. But blood has a. How well do you like. What do you think of your clearing times? Because if you have good, like, 2 and 3 star GAs, you do a lot better up there. A lot of these, I'll be honest. Trying to solo clear, because I remember Elon and Musk was like one of the first to clear like a tier 100s. Like he actually does it, but he plays this game like a goddamn maniac by pure math. Like he he plays it and he's like, and people, I'm like, it's that one of, so tiers when you go higher, right? So tier 2, so I'll be like minus 500. But see, we're basically max 70 resilience. So the problem when you go to higher tiers is everything becomes tougher. There are certain classes right now not clearing 100s. Spiritborns are one of the few that can clear like 90s and up right now without issues. They're gonna have to rebalance the rest of the game because a lot of classes got like totally ruined into the dirt, basically. I don't think it was just that. The nerfs to Necros have been coming for a while. Like overpower damage, right? So, like, the difference between blood and bone is bone goes on multiple cast, so does blood. But it's crit. So if you do bone necro, the difference is, let's say your ult, and you're doing minions, you're doing bone storm. You're doing bone storm necro. And you're gonna go into bone, maybe bone spirit, with bone spears. Bone spear multipliers got hit pretty hard. You know what I mean? Like you see, like they have piercing. It's meant to be clearing, but this went down, like in damage DPS. The only problem with blood is I have to remember in rotation not to do blood surge, because blood surge got hit by like a 25% nerf in its range. So blood surge will go, a full fortified blood surge only goes that far. Where my cursor is. It goes to about like right here. It's not even a, they nerfed it to the point of, what builds seem good, right? Blood is very good. And don't get me wrong, the version of this build that uses cursors and uses others, that's if you get the GA. Even they have issues. See, Hell Tides, right? People criticize the open world. I don't criticize the open world as much as it's... So when you see, like, multiple casting, like fortifying, so this is sword and board, right? So I gain armor. So when you see, right, how big my blood surges are at full fortify, that's only because I have a lot of health. Fortify, but it got hit horribly hard. It hit the multiplier on it. Yes, it will do damage, right? But you see where the problems lie when they nerf the range. It is very much the CC necro, if that makes sense. It's very much a CC. Blood Surge is very CC, you're in the middle. Shadow is the very much the essence of you're not, you're making it's a damage over time variant. But shields give a block. You lose one defensive ability. But this has always been my favorite, but not the greatest when you're going into a rotation. You assume that in a rotation, stuff works, but I lose maximization. So, open world is, they wanted to make another previous, so a lot of these are it's very much still a killing one. It's not very hard. You can always figure out by what people are. Like, there's a Korean on right now in this area. Don't ask me how he got to a U.S. server, by the way.
I mean, I know they do. I just don't know why.
Well, they don't want to play with the. They don't want to play with the lag on theirs, I guess. Sorcerer.
Yeah, this server's good.
I mean, to be fair.
Why
But
US consoles?
I don't know. I mean, there was the whole thing. Asians don't want to play on Asian servers because they're too laggy. At least we don't have the bot. At least we don't have a lot of. Oh,
No glitchy bots.
oh God. At least that's a good thing this season. We don't have a lot of those. We used to have more.
I've
Now,
noticed that go down on
see, what's funny on Shadow before the we got the ult, we used this, but you have to use 2 on Blood Wave to make it work. So that's the thing about that. Like, trees are the easiest way. Like, a lot of this, my friends go, how do you grind this? We do because it's just very simple. I mean, a lot of builds when you just do it to its penultimate. The problem is getting into the higher like tiers. It's just weird. See what you do. So what I would do that angel armor with, I would use the angel wings to come with like one of the pre-orders. We have there's a version of it like cosmetics that we can get. It's this. But you just gotta upgrade your version. So trees, like, this is why I get a lot of my materials, because I always do tree bounties. No one likes doing trees. No one likes it. No one does tree bounties. People who do, we're the ones who find all the items. Basically. This build doesn't really have any uniques that work with it, like our mythics, basically. So you can't get into this whole region if you don't have Nahatu, or you have the DLC. Basically. Did it not? Oh, I need to choose reward. So with trees, right? The tree bounties, you usually have a choice of a random option. And depending on what you're looking for... Oh. And it's usually random RNG, really. The pets automatically pick stuff up. Even though half these items are worthless. But one's more common than the other. So whenever you break down a piece of armor you don't have a cosmetic of, you already have it. It turns into a piece or turns into a weapon skin. That's how I wind up with all those weapon skins that I have. Oh. So why ever pay for a skin that you don't need? You know what I mean?
at the same time, I guess because I just don't play Diablo, all skins really good.
By the way,
Same with everything.
that was my first 3GA that I've gotten in many seasons. By the way, the only thing wrong with it is that essence per second. I was gonna roll it off, but then I just moved it to this character. So the difference in necro styles is blood usually has more close range versus long. Blood lance goes. The problem is depending on how many uniques you use, is how many slots you don't have for talents, basically. Basically, this is very tanky for what it is. Like this amulet, the only thing that could rival this amulet is if I get something with better armor. So it's the only thing. Like I could probably easily replace this one by now, like this one, like with rings, because a lot of amulets, right, are just different. Like they just don't. See how easy you get blood and steel? I was just here, like, just do tree bounties and do things, and you always wind up with it. See, if it has strength, you can't use it on another character, basically. Uh, it's more of a waste to roll off things, you know. So you're trying to create, like, when you're doing builds. See, the question is what is my shadow, though? See, bone spirits also use up. Yeah, I could get rid of that one. Get rid of both of those. See, when you find a better piece of gear, right? You just use it. That's what you're doing. So it adds to there, it seems. Because what happened is a lot of grand gems are where we usually are, is they just cost 10 million each to do. Basically. They're the top gems currently. So they rescaled everything down to 60 is what they did. So everything got rescaled down, like from 100, which would have been that, down to 60. So we have a third of our stats that we would normally have. If that makes sense. And a lot of people were not really happy with a lot of this season, like when they did this. So, like when they did that, that made a lot of problems, which, therefore, you can figure. I mean, to be fair, well, they could never scale gear. They could never scale gear past 80. They had a hard time scaling it up from wanting us to take on 200s, basically. And to be fair, critical strike chance is really nothing. It's not even. I mean, life is a life you need to have higher, but in reality, it's. I think that's what I'm going for, anyways. 5. I mean, what's 5% on? What is 5% on? I mean, 5% on costs are actually good on this because reducing costs actually help. Because if you're as I said, you're spamming skills basically. It's really what you're doing. So you spam skills, as well as I update gear. It's like I get better gear, right? It's just you see how like that's another multiplier with damage on top, like that 63. So basically, there's multiplicative damage and that. That's actively what a lot of us wind up working on, if that makes sense. Most of us. You know. At least I don't play World of Warships. So, at least. God. Actually, I was watching Arch play World of Warships. I do not know how people play. I do not know how people play war games. I have never understood the appeal to that game. Have you? I never understood the appeal to war games. I do play gotcha games, but God. Okay, so for people who don't understand, war games or is the people who do War Thunder and all of that. I just don't understand to me the appeal to it. But color may weird, you know. Oh, so generally, right? Too, you see when we actually, I need to remember. So rings, so certain rings um, can only have certain aspects. Oh yeah, see, I was doing the faux shadow thing on this character for a little bit, which. So the fun part about like blood, blood automatically overpowers after a cast level. So let's say I cast 6, it automatically overcharges. But I don't do the whole corpse tendril thing because it's always been weird to me. Corpse tendril and corpse explosion don't mix because why would you do that when you're taking corpses? This is a really good aspect, but not for this. Like this, I used to use, but it's good on some. Like it can improve the attack of your basic. But you see how a lot of these aspects change how fundamentally. So sorcerers are very known for this, right? So sorcerer class is very known for this, as well as spiritborn. Spiritborn, your uniques change the way the class works. Your enchantments work. Necros, you can. They're like secondary skills for them. I mean, they did change it. I don't have a source right now. As I said, I already have a lot of other carry. So in tempering, right? So tempering, you can have 2 tempers on these. Now, depending on what you want, right? You go here and it's one of these. Now you either can go resource costs or you can go the other, which is fine. I mean, 5, that's 10, that's not really huge. A lot of these, right, when you see like 4, they cleaned up some of these, but not really. Okay, that's about right. Now, ideal, they moved these around because they got probably tired of us bitching at them because they kept moving these. They would combine these and then we would have to, like, you know how it works. Basically, take the risk to. Well, that's hilarious. $105% on my ultimate, really. That's. See, this adds variety, but it also adds a very bad headache. Because you can't choose any of these. It's all random until you either. We used to have to scrap the item, and then again, occasionally what happens is we get these thing where it gives us the same one 3 times in a row. Now the thing is, I could go blood. Like, so if here, like, I like this. So let's say, actually, what is my overpower damage right now? So my overpower damage. So overpower damage is based upon your fortified damage. It's 500. So it's one of those things of if you're doing core or you're doing other, that's what you're going for. Now, you can only masterwork an item that has been done. Now, tempering, this is when you do this, right? You see the difference in my attack power now when I changed it? That's a lot better. That means it's easier to go up. So every class does something very different. Like Spiritborn, like Intelligence, right, is just a different one. So the only thing is you don't use a lot of Veil Crystal, right? The Forgotten Souls, you wind up. So if I went Blacksmith Caches, right here, these are very expensive, right? These will eat through my Veil Crystals like nothing. So when you're masterworking, right? It's why I said I've gotten gear that makes this better, right? And when you dismantle stuff, right? So what's funny about Necros is Necros automatically get resistance based upon the actual stats. Like based on because your intelligence is your main damage stats, so you automatically get resistance. So in theory, this is what helps us. But at the same time, when you're looking at that, like sword and board, right? So swords, right? So you could go here or you have to go a focus item, which is additional. What's funny about this, not only does this give me more damage and give me thorns, thorns are usable. So if something strikes me or strikes my minions, they take damage. That's why when you saw when things were hitting me, they were dying as well. Thorns are universal. It's universal to all classes. What's funny about this, right, is that 4 line. Now, what's funny is I did get another one. So when you start to do this, right, you just refine, you find better items, and that's what you start using. See, like, there's not really a better shield. Like, I have these, right? It's like max thorns, but armor. Like, these are alternatives. We got that one. I mean, you excel in reduction, but the downside when you don't have a focus item, you don't have like stuff that can go on armor can only go on armor. If that makes sense. So a lot of these. So that's like. Actually, I'm kind of curious. If I did take this chest piece off, which let's set this one. See, I want to replace this, but the question is, does that hit my resistance? Nope. See, it doesn't hit my resistance. But if I go to a higher tier, it would. So, and there's different kind of boots too. So, like this is evade. So what I use is I use this where I can have the 3, which is additional damage, which it allows me what to evade. It's like, as you see how combat goes, like you have to dodge through. Unstoppable is for different stats. Like certain classes, like when you look at certain builds, like certain things, they trigger on unstoppables. To be fair, this actually works with multiple evades. So when you get the 4 evades, you start doing more damage when you move through crowds. But a lot of this game is just... A lot of it just depends on where you see yourself. I mean, you're not really a meta slave if you go higher. I mean, hell, I might have to play with somebody else to do certain content. I mean, I think most part I can solo most bosses maybe in 3 whenever I get this stuff up, but I've been taking it through, you know, like Thorns. I mean, granted, this build does. It's like a sleeper, but I'm tanky, but let's say I go into tier 3. Everything is super just, like, problem is when you go into tier, was it go up tiers, it's not the armor that worries about. It's because everything got buffed like 35, 25 to 35%. Jesus, that's what kills us. Like, if you ever want to see how good your builds are, I already know how bad it is. But, so let's see. See a very big difference. You have to make sure your resistances are good. It's the resistance as well as the other. So, I don't see. I'm not gonna lose anything there. I mean, naturally, no. But remember this. This is tier 3 or torment 3, basically. You see the dramatic change in the time to kill? This is annoyinger than hell. You see how much tougher they are just in one tier. This is just the one tier. This is the one tier damn difference.
And that's why I was asking how long does it take. So, I've seen those 20-minute.
I have all the people. I'm going to tell you this straight to anyone who ever sees this in the future. It's been my complaint. This is us, where we get the top spot gear. But before someone goes, you don't have the top whatever, like, a unique. No. This is how much tougher they actually are. Because you see the difference. And this is not even the pits. I'm just gonna say, this is one of those things of a lot of builds are getting shit canned for this reason. By the way, this is... Huh? That did just happen. I was at full strength with a shield. And you're going to tell me that I get one-shotted? Okay, game. I am whole... You saw that too. I get one-shotted? Okay. I'm gonna ask the question on that. That one... weird. But you see how blood just heals. Blood just has the... But a lot of the damage comes from overpower. You see why a lot of people are more comfortably playing on World Tier 2 right now. Unless you're teaming up, they're so... This is how tanky they are solo. The only people doing this are the people with mythics and such. And even they are just... But we know there's going to be a balance patch here in a couple of months. I mean, I feel better. Like, this is me gaining, like... But see, eventually there's diminishing returns. That lightning, that's what did it. See, so a lot of this, right, is what? I hate lightning. See, lightning, fire, and other stuff. Yeah. Also, apparently, there's a lot of lags. There's actually, I suspect there's fuckery nearby because my ping should not be a 65. But, welcome to... my ping should not be this high. First off. There's fuckery input on this server. That's not helping, but as I say, you see the difference in health, though. Like, this is the... Normally, as I said, that's... Because if you look at a damage on skill with a multiplier, it should be. And I'm suspecting the time to kill would not be as bad, but something is afoot. I just do not know what it is. I can always tell when something is not right in the area. Yes, you take care, Smug. No, I'll hit you up early on one day. We'll just have to figure that thing. But no, I just do this. I actually just was gonna have to do this stream today anyways, because I just do this, do random. But it is so funny, the election meltdowns. Give it about another day, you'll get the actual people. That's something. You'll have to, we'll play on that. No, but it's not like I don't know gaming. Oh, man. Fuck, I want away from that stupid Spiritborn. I want that fucking away from that Spiritborn. I told you there was fuckery afoot. Here's the thing. Why, when I'm next to this guy spamming skills, does my ping go up to sky high? Look, but then it's my fault for playing crossplay, okay? My fault. So if I get out of the area they're loaded into, it will be better. Yeah, so basically input latency. But yes, just message me on whatever. By the way, if you are good at editing videos, we do need to do that concept, though. Oh, no. But you know that's such a good concept. Do you need mental health? Oh, dear God. I know you just saw that spike. I felt that. That's why I hate it. Like, this is why I do not... Occasionally, I will literally relog into another server just because. Eternal's not as bad sometimes, but it can be worse. This is why when people sometimes bother me when I play this, because this is nothing but roaming hordes. Oh god. Nope. I went out of this area. And you cannot fast travel when there's this. See, whatever's happening is this server might be eternally fucked. Yeah, like 78? Nah. Not good. And I'll go to another, and I'll be totally fine. Again. Yes, I shall see you. Oh, sorry, I didn't see a chat, so... Oh, indirect, yeah. You get what I'm saying, right? Ah. Sorry, it's been a hot minute. I've been messaging her, but I don't know. Yeah, you're saying what I mean. Yeah, I haven't talked to Miss Sparkles actually in a while. Then again, it's been a couple of weeks. Yeah, tier 3 is painful. Like, even if I weren't lagging, like, I should not have a 65. Um, every tier goes up about 25 to 35% HP. So, take it for what it's worth. And I am too lazy to relog. Look, I increased my attack power, and I still feel like I'm not hitting them hard enough. See, I get away from over there, it goes down to a 60. And I'm right next to two other people. But crossplay does not help, by the way. But it might help if I actually map this out. Yeah, I need to get a hold of Miss Sparkles. I don't know where she is. Now, Necros require a lot of intelligence. How? I need a route down to here. Yeah, that is what I am wondering. Very, very, very deeply. I think last I saw anything from her was quite literally. I can tell you in a minute. Late October. Literally late October. 22nd. Last time I was if anyone has an idea, I'd be shocked. I know she was going through stuff. I just think it's a health related. But yeah, last I heard of her. Yeah. 22nd, yeah. Yep, 22nd. Was the last I heard from her. Yep, all you could do. I think. Look, we can. So I think what the last will be, right? So frailty is interesting as vulnerable damage, right? But that doesn't do anything for me, because I'm not Shadow. It'll probably be blood begets blood. See, here's the funny thing about when blood gets to its final stage. So, the blood skills go higher, but see when you have to do these. So. By the way, damage while healthy is a joke, by the way. Damage while healthy is entirely. That's if you're 80%. Just for the record. See, you're not going to come in this way because it's too much. Here, you're probably going to do it that way. You're probably going to... Oh, shit. Really? God damn it. Is that it? Right. Blood damage, right? Yes. Good. Yes, thank you. It sounds like I can't respect. You know I cannot respect? never knew I could not respect. One of those games that just utterly tries to remind you when you're not doing something correctly. But, details of that one. See, 300 is the Paragon Max right now, so it's 280 something. Now, in reality, yes. That's is the best. Well, there we go. I mean, it's really mapping the path of least resistance, you know? Real easy to level, like, things. A lot of stuff we do. Now, I'm pretty sure, right, if I went the coursers, which drain, be better. Ton. But, the idea is I lose one effect. See, let me see. See, if I went coursers, right, assume like I actually had my, well, these are glyphs. Paragon's system is kind of its own pain in the ass that keeps you playing, but it's just how it works. There's no, everyone's looks different, basically. Like, I don't really, like, I may, when I get enough points, I may go back into here. Which, I mean, I may break off and go in here. But that's not till I get down till the point. But they hit a lot of our fortify damage, though. So we lost a lot of our fortify damage. Can I? Ah. Perfect. That is perfect. Right there. Okay, that works. Pretty much. You can kind of figure. It's not like I say I don't do damage, but you're not seeing a lot of the streamers. A lot of the actual official streamers aren't talking about the inherent bullshit, which is, so 6,000 life, right? That's why my fortify, why my stuff in my overcharge is stupid. By the way, if you ever see the, like, my barbarian sits at like 1,200% right now. Overpower damage. Yeah. That's actually more power. See, the problem in the Paragons uh, for, so Blood Necro, let's see, it's Shadow Necros that use, so willpower. Shadow Necros require, I'm trying to find the node. See, I might could do a sacrifice build. See, my golem never dies, right? So my minions start to die on tier 4. So what may wind up happening is I might switch and go into here. It's a little weird. But minions are, so some require high intelligence. So like this requires 2,500. But for the most part, a lot of these require dexterity or about 2,000. So it's pretty easy to get. See, a lot of these gems, like if I needed more, probably do that. I mean, I think one of the things I need in Shadow, it's literally like 20. I discovered one that's like 2,400. No, 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 no. That's the Spiritborn. Spiritborn has like a 2,700. Uh, See, I never got into 3. 3 was seasonal. Hmm. I do thank you for watching now. I'm having to clean out gear because my inventory shit. See, what I'm probably going to do, right, is I think... Where's that? That's going to go to my Shadow Necro. Okay. That's going to go there because I don't use cooldowns. This could go to my Barbarian, by the way. Or it could go here, in fact. Because core. So that's core. Right here. These are core skills. This is only usable on... Okay. This is a flavor fail, by the way. I got this, but this is a flavor fail. You know why? They don't do overpower damage. There is no overpower. That is a flavor fail. Just saying. They have Fortify, but that's in Gorilla. It's a fail. So a lot of this, right, is... I mean, most of us are just min-maxing. You know what I mean? That's all we do. Like, I did pick up a better piece, right? A better piece for this. Just so. So, the better piece, and I'm curious to use it. Where is it? In my mess of shit. It's either... What is it? I mean, I could do intelligence or max life, but this does have max life. It's... See, I try to keep the stuff organized, but trust me, as much as it goes when you're just shoving things around for no reason. I'm worried about if I got rid of this. I kinda am. A little. It's not GA. By the way, life per second got entirely fucked over, for the record. See, what is that? Healing received. The question is healing received good, or is the other? See, that's for a barbarian, right? But I can't use them. First, fury per second is very good. See, a lot of us just stack stats until we die. Like, a lot of this, I feel bad because a lot of this is just pure stacking stuff. Like, as I said, that's a good piece. I was going to roll off essence per second, but essence per second works really well here because of that. And this is kind of my lucky spot where I always come over here. So, this is like really good. what it is. But Necro's also got like a built-in barrier with lucky hit chance. Which, in reality, I forget really what's the max roll to. How much do you want to roll an item is your God honest question. That's about what you have to figure. Because you're not worried about life. Because if you're replacing life, it's probably going to have to be that one. Which, I mean, that could easily go to another. But I also have to get the talent off of that. But that, in a way, inadvertently protects me going forward. Goes up. Which I'll probably keep that as a side. I'll probably keep that as a side. Because I'm not going to get rid of that one. Because I may still need that piece. I mean, it depends how the math works when you get into tier 4. Resistance. I haven't had a drop yet. Right? So the drop isn't there. Diamonds help out a lot, but resistance and the intelligence are a bigger deal. I mean, what's funny is I keep gaining more armor, so armor is pretty much what this character's good at. Actually, that's a huge deal. That's why I said I just need to clear out gear. Like, a lot of it, I just need to start trashing it, or I need to start getting rid of it. I have far, far too much. Utility, decay, thorn. Blood. What starts to look appealing is that, blood surge size. A little bit. The blood surge size starts looking very good. If. Right. It starts feeling a little bit better to use. Because of that nerf in the realm of what they did. And unfortunately, it's one of those things of a lot of the high stuff becomes just clearing quick. Which unfortunately is that way. Because I've been doing a lot of farming, and this is the deal. Oh, shit. Yeah, might as well. In reality, to be on tier 3 and tier 4, you should probably be rank 9. Quite honestly. It's one of those few pieces that's really good. Gauntlets. See, the +4 to blood surge is really good. See, I feel like I mean, the question is, could I lose? Well, see, in reality, I could. See, like, I have that piece right there. I haven't dismantled it because that's 105 blood surge. Oh, 100% overpower plus blood surge. But it's very much. Like, that right there is a really good one. And on that is because it's attack speed. But what is 15 attack speed on a Necro? That's what you have to ask. What is 15? What is 15% attack speed on a Necro? Not much. Like, when you think of attack speed, you're thinking rogue, or you're thinking, you think of the other. I don't think they're making the game grind worse. Okay, it's a two-part question. I think they overvalued gear. I really do. I think they overpower. Think of it as a gotcha game, right? You rebalance. I think taking. Okay, I played Division, the Division franchise, especially Division 2. I recently went into Division 2. Stuff is tanky. I feel like there's a fine balance of TBK and TBK and TTK. TTK is time to kill, and then there's the time to be killed. So you take a game like that, it should be roughly fine, but to kill in Division, right? Like, I can go through and murder stuff, but I could still be blatted down in 3 seconds by an enemy, or 4, because of a reason. Like, in going to Space Marine 2, like, I had a discussion with my friend on Lethal. Lethal is not fun to me. Lethal is, everything is tanky, everything hits too hard, and it's unfun. You're failing, like, maybe so many missions. Here, they misunderstand. It's probably going to take them a complicated bit because of the multipliers. Because you would have to almost totally remove the system. Because every time they redo gear, you have additive. So there's additive and there is multipliers. Spiritborns work in a world highly overpowered because they have not had that. And all their stuff is either additive or multipliers. So when you look at certain numbers, yes. But then you have to take damage output, compare it to what the players can do. So when they say they're nerfing something by X amount of percent, you can figure the math, it's not bad. But multiple, it can make certain skills no one wants to use it. So in turn, let's say there's a node we're not using, you give us a reason to do it. So, prime example, sacrificing minions. It's a good example. They touched it up this season. With Vessel of Hatred, they redid this section of the tree. Right? They also, in turn, made the sacrifice bonus better. They also made this more appealing. Because to do this, we have to sacrifice not having minions. So you've got to look at the trade-off. Now, in reality, minions from me compared to. So when you have a lot of rebalancing, it's a finite math. That's why I say it's complicated. You can't scale it up so much classes don't do damage, but at the same time, you want a challenge, or you're worried about the player burnout. Because take Destiny 2 as an example. Destiny 2 has the problem of, and to this day, I bet it's still there, because I played season in, season out until Season of the Deep. Week 3 of Season of the Deep. You get apathy. Well, part of Space Marine, right? But you should also be killable. But over there's a balance issue. Um, Certain enemies can kill you. Should be able to kill a Space Marine. I find the issue with apathy, right? You need to have carrot and stick. Uh, if you know what carrot and stick is. Carrot is the reason we play. Rewards, time, and reward. If that makes sense. Time and reward, kind of how it works. There are a lot of people who just flat out tap out at when a game has too much of an RNG. Quite honestly. They adjusted the thing to get GAs, like these, like 2 GAs, 3 GAs. They're more common in higher tiers. Right. But to play up there, it's like. But they also know a secondary market exists too. So. You have to understand. A lot of players who this is our sole game. Go look at racks. Go look at a lot of them. And no disrespect to them. Good. But they are not speaking up to Blizzard about why they are having to literally, since the start of the season, everybody has been team running. So it's very hard on the people who are solo. Like, I feel like if, but at the same time, they also falsely assume that we play with people. I don't think that's the case. Quite honestly. This isn't an area where you form a group. It's like in Division. Most of the people in Division play with friends, or they play through matchmaking. Very rare through a matchmaking activity. Most of us play solo. We don't group up. So, in reality, a lot of our characters, like my characters there, are meant to be tanky. Now, in reality is like a lot of RNG, right? This was naturally rolled here. That Skeleton Warrior, that's 4 skill points I don't have to put into that skill. That's also a reason why I keep that. There's massively bad RNG in this game. Right? Division is shuffled through enough, you find it. But you don't make the gear grind shit. This game, you can find the gear, but the problem comes when you need to find like these. The people who religiously hunt for these in the 4 stars, they are pure masochists. Sorry, the word masochists. They are pure. Because you gotta go farm the boss over and over and over again, and you might have a 1% chance to get that. Maybe a 5%. Well, like here, right? I have players in the world. You see, they're all around me. The only time players around me in this game count as a player, right? I assume you're the solo protagonist, right? This is fine. But do not make an activity. This is where I shit on them. Like Dark Citadel. Dark Citadel is trash. It requires you to play with 2 to 3 people, if not 4. And it's a weekly activity. There's literally an activity here in Dark Citadel that takes, you can get through it, and you have to have another person with you. And they have to be as capable to get through it. That is a very short sight. World boss, if we're at a world boss, buy stuff, we are grouped up. But we don't share the XP. But if we go into here, something like this, right? To farm this boss and do it solo, we're either doing it solo or we go into these dungeons solo. And there's a lot of pride with people who want to do stuff solo. And that's fine. Pick your poison. Pick your stuff. But as I say, Cursed Undercity can be done solo. Cursed Undercity does not need another person. You can do it yourself. That's the weird thing. And I do not like the trend of Dark Citadel. Dark Citadel is kind of the definition of something I fear. But it forces people to group. I need to unlock this anyways. Right. I need to go unlock this. Now, it's hard to describe this area until you get into it. Like certain parts, I've seen people be able to solo. It's because it's the few parts there's actually mechanics. That's a little weird. Let's see if this is better. Oh, Christ. Dick. What is my stinking fucking name? That ain't my internet. Look, if I were any less defensive, I would be dead. I think it's something to do with tier 3 right now. I feel like there's a lot of players playing on tier 3. It's why the server loads are pretty bad. Fuck right off. There is no way. And again, they've had a lot of network IT issues with this game lately. It's not comfortable to... I love how you can't just teleport. See, this is one of those games, like, certain areas, there is no peace. I say that nicely. I have a shield. Should not be able to damage me. Thank you. See, there's no instant teleport, which I'm fine with. That would be very highly abusable, but they also ruined hardcore because they took apart the revive potions. Yeah, see, there's a lot of people playing on tier 3 that should not be here. I'm gonna be honest about that. But I digress. Because what's so funny about the difference between tier 3 is, if you look, the latency on tier 3, I think the latency on tier 4 isn't even that bad. The worst you have is the game badly mismanages your skills. Why is it when I get next to another damn human? Yeah, see, I got off this character because I started noticing weird little glitches. Badly. And this is something I'm hoping they address. It's starting to affect the shadow one. It's the fact that... So, add density. There are people blocking... the ads block, like, certain ad things. Like... Wallers are very atrocious right now. See, currently, wallers are extremely atrocious. Where effects aren't going through, you have terrain just eating your... You have flat-out terrain just eating your skills and eating your stuff. Blood is getting very horribly affected by it. I have seen sorcerers horribly affected by it. Shadow is very subtly getting affected by it. It's basically you have all these ads that are not taking damage. Like, even if they are in the AoE as an example, they're not taking it. It's something to describe, and it's been affecting it for, I'd say, a good, solid little while. And I'm very curious what causes it. It's very hard to play a character like this for a reason. And it would probably attribute why I think sorcerers are beginning to fall off. But, again, it's hit or miss. It's in certain areas. It really affects skills that have piercing or AoE. Now, sorcerers, it might not affect as much, but like this build, at one point, and when they did one of the updates, literally just did it. Like, this is a wall of ads right here. Watch how many die. That blood surge, one of my blood surges and my blood lances should have eaten through all of them. But you see where it skips, and it takes the entire group. And there was probably about 18 ads stacked up there. Right? You start to see it here. That's actually why I think this was my first Necro this season. I shelved her. It's just a very annoying experience. Oh. That's also why I'm saying, too, you see the second problem with Blood Surge. Blood Surge, they... See, I gotta remember if there's no one nearby, don't do Blood Surge. Basically. But at the same rate, you just got enemies absorbing. Like, they're just taking damage. That's not the tanky part. That is an actual glitch. It's just weird. It's one of those things, and I know it's a bug they haven't addressed. It's because of the way it comes from the collision. It's the actual collision, basically. It is one of those things, like, it feels like we throw power at something, but you cannot keep throwing power at something you know is bugged. It's because the core function of a lot of the hordes in this game is they stack. It is not as bad as, like, in Space Marine. Take Space Marine as an example. Space Marine, at the moment, doesn't have a bad collision issue, but it shows. Because you're seeing what I'm saying, right? Go back and look at that part where I was about that crowd. That is a massive AoE. My stuff pierces through. That, on any other thing, blows up everything. It's the weirdest thing, and I know it happens. Effects that cause... There's wallers. It's weird I haven't run into a waller. A waller can take an entire blood hit. So it builds a wall around you, right? That's actually what the skill does. Builds around. That can take sorcerer chunks when they're trying to shoot through it. I shit you not. It drives a lot of people insane. A little bit. So you're throwing power at a problem that is not getting fixed. You think it's a DPS issue. No, it's a mechanics problem more than a DPS issue. Because, realistically, I should be doing a lot of damage. 14,000. This stuff should be doing so much more damage. It just doesn't. So it's like one of those things of... I ask why. I would probably regret destroying if I ever did that. But, I mean, I probably should. But, I mean, so I can't really do anything with it. But, I'm sure. I mean, it can re-roll normal. I'll probably come across... Because I'm at the point I get GAs anyways. And you should not have to stack breakable stats to make a viable build. That's at least... And that's something I disagree with. That... Like, my multipliers were 5. They did an update, they started that, and it's these little weird things. It's not the build itself. It's just, as I say, the onus is on them, not the player. It makes certain builds literally unplayable. I don't know. See, the problem in the open world is collision, right? Because you don't see it in space. You see it occasionally in Space Marine. I mean, netcode's not really a thing. But, like, the thing about in Natlon, or Nahatu region, everything clumps. Um, it's one of those weird ones. Everything clumps up down there. And it's all narrow passageways. That's actually a bad part. You know, it's hard to describe. Because, like, that little quarter when something spawns in, spontaneously like that, that's like, enemies are just there. Maybe what I would probably do is see, we know there's going to be a rebalance. We just do not know what the rebalance is. But see, I'm at the point right now of just... See, I'm also at that point right now of DR. So we're just diminishing returns. So... So, a lot of that character was a lot better. Like, here. But skin-wise, as I say, it's like... As I say, these get replaced. Right? Shadow, by all its nature, like this is the one I did the Vessel of Hatred on. Because my first character in reality. But this character has a bad river. But what's going to happen is I want to hit 300, so I never have to. So Eternal will be at 300 when it sinks. Basically. See, like, this character is Shadow. Everything seems fine. Like, I don't have the collision issues with this. The thing that hits it, and I've seen it, is Wallers. Like, I saw this earlier today, and I was like, ugh, it's one of those things, but it was also lagging in the FPS. But I knew stuff was dying. That's actually because if it's just massive AoE, and the other guy with me was a Spirit Born, so, you know, Spirit Borns. Jesus. See, crossplay is naturally on, by the way, for people, but by the way, those rewards don't scale, just so you know. They're getting better about it, but they don't scale. They scale to a degree, but I have a feeling it'd be a lot better, but at least the rewards in the season scale, but those don't scale. But to be honest, they give you a lot of these, basically. Seethings, opals. So. But there's something about Tier 3 right now, and I can't describe it. Tier 3 has a lag. Tier 4 has that same lag, but it's different. Now, the funny part is, depending on the server you're in, right, the only way to firmly fix that is. Ah. The subtle sign in other players nearby. And it's not the one sign you think it is. It might be a sync issue, but I know they're going to work on it. Don't get me wrong. I know it's going to get worked on. I have no doubt. But it is pure chaos at the moment. Like when you get near somebody popping off a shit ton of AoEs, everything plays very screwed up. But I'll be right back. See, I play by BattleNet though. See, and if I go play with someone from Steam, I have to be crossplay. But at the same time, with being crossplay, I have to tolerate a lot of other shit. So, crossplay also means I have to see all the PlayStation people and everything else who have Taco Bell Wi Fi. So, usually it could just be a synchronization error, right? Because when I played Destiny 2, I was like the lone PC guy. I have literally played where there's the lone. I was a lone PC guy with an Xbox and a PlayStation person, and I had nausea. I started developing. It happened a couple of times, and I'm like, this can't be real, right? This like, I mean, it's insane because their crossplay code was, I couldn't even tell you. And we are assuming, I think every single, it was, this syncing was a nightmare. It was me on Steam, another person on Xbox, and another person on PlayStation. See, I agree with that. Crossplay on console, but I have fiber. You know? I have fiber. Oh no, not with Destiny's netcode. Oh god, no. Crossplay with Destiny's netcode? Nah. Oh fuck not. If your netcode is so ancient and their netcode was barely holding on, like in reality, their netcode has been holding on for dear life for approximately, like, I'm not even saying okay, you know, I can say this because I have hours in Destiny, like some of the top achievements, right up into a season 8. Their engine was having seizures more than. Supposedly, they deny this that they were ever using the Halo 3 engine for the longest time. Right up until. But it makes sync and it makes lag a lot worse. Basically. It makes their sync and it makes lag so much worse. There's not a choice to it, it's just that bad. Well, a sec, did I pick up another sword? Okay. Oh, it's ruptured here. Ugh. Gross. I thought that would be a better one. You know what? I regret not talking to the person. There was a person and I was halfway broke. Found a 4-star of one of these. Found a 3-star. It was a 3-star or a 4-star. But at the same time, I couldn't afford it. I was like, God damn it. Unfortunate timing, may I add to you. Very bad timing. See, this is where masterworking starts to get expensive, basically. Masterworking is where it's not that much of a grind. Pretty just. To be fair, you either do pits or you do Nahatu Nightmare Dungeons. You either do that or you do Nightmare Dungeons. Your choice, right? Very, very, very basic. What tier is this character on right now? Yeah, so tier 4, I have about only 1,000 armor. Yeah. See, I'm very squishy. But that attack power, by the way. That attack power. And my overpower damage, last I checked, was. It's 1,500. Yeah, it was 1,200 last I checked. Now it's 1,500. But the problem here, and this is the problem for this class, barbarians, look, in reality, right? That's a very good amulet. But what core is it missing? Armor. Very key. My resistances are dog shit at this level on this character. I mean, I have access to it. I can see it. I mean, It's not like my damage is shit either, because a 2100 attack power does a lot of damage. Now, am I very squishy? Yes. Could I be deleted in about... could I use more life? Yes. I would not dare step foot into the world without having this at least an 8. I shit you not. I would be squished worse than death. Let me see. I'm kind of curious. It's a good experiment. Very good experiment. Do I get nuked by the first AoE that I see? That will be funny. What's funny is... yeah, those don't move. That health does not move. Right? And that wasn't lag. That's just how tough they are on tier 4. Right? That's how tough... this is tier 4. I'm gonna be honest. If you're hitting stuff, right? That bleed and damage over time should murder people. Right? That bleed with that rupture does like 200,000 damage, okay? Just to give you an idea. Now, is my armor a little too low? Possibly. But if they touch me, oh, I am gone. It is the most upside down build in the world. That's why I say you cannot have less than 2,000 armor up in this tier. This tier is no less than that. This is asking to be terminally killed. Yeah. If you count, that was about... let me see, just off base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And I suspect probably another about 4 that ran off the other direction. That was a horde of about 30 people. 25, 30? That's a horde of about 30 people. NPCs. Ask us how we're supposed to solo this. I know people can. But bear in mind, it's insane. I think if I had armor, right, it would be fine. But... by the way, what's helping me out a great deal is that ring that I picked up. Cost me about 1 billion. Worth it. Bear in mind, the tick damage alone should be killing these things. By the way, don't let it confuse you. I can tell you personally that there is probably a shit ton of ads in this place. Yeah, I told you, there's a bunch of ads there. A bunch die, but at the same rate, they're there. But, again, only people who fucking can play this game solo. Right there. Case alone and case point. Think I am joking. Spiritborns. Quill Volley Spiritborns, by the way. For the record. Centipede Spiritborns can do the same thing. When I talk about an imbalance, that is an imbalance. Because see the damage I was doing and a Quill Volley Spiritborn goes along, probably not even max gear, nukes all those ads. And then they are going to wonder why there's 800 Spiritborns to every one of every class. You saw how fast those ads got deleted. But my stuff with my buffs and all the multipliers I have in the entire planet, it doesn't delete them. But a Spiritborn can go through an area and nuke it. I asked the question. Again, I think it's funny when you're seeing people that they're not like diehard players, but they're seeing it. But they're finding out, like, it's a very big imbalance right now. Because for Spiritborn Quill Volley, they have so many multipliers, they just nuke things. Wholeheartedly. And it's not the understanding why. We don't know why, but they just do it. No one's asked it, and I'm going to be curious how far they get hit. Because I'm pretty sure if I level these up, right, I would have more armor, right? But an armor doesn't save me if I'm not dealing damage. And it's not like the attack power is off either. See, there's a barbarian right there. Right? Oh, no, it's a Spiritborn. Very buff Spiritborn. See, there's Banished Lord. That's what I'm talking about. Shroud of False Death. Interesting. But, what is that? Counterattack, that. Yeah, Quill Volley. Yeah. I don't bash the person. But you're talking about just mid-maxing, basically. The person can basically go in and basically nuke the entire area. Yeah, see what I'm talking? See? My point. Hey. Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean. I respect Blizzard. That is bullshit. See, I have vulnerable damage and physical. Yet I still can't do damage. But if I go down to tier 2, everything blows up in like 3 seconds. Just... An imbalance, one could say. A little bit. Unfortunately, by the way, I used those. My one gifts, at least the gifts I got today was that, and this. Sounds fine. Right. It doesn't help my stuff is down here, by the way. Doesn't help there that I'm missing resistance. And I don't have chess pieces, so... That doesn't save me, though. It's a good chess piece, don't get me wrong, but it ain't that. I can understand barely respecting Blizzard. We don't know. It depends on the era. Diablo team does care about its player base, but they have this period where it is highly... Okay, Blizzard as a company, right? Okay, let me speak. Blizzard as a company is very different than Blizzard and its design teams. The Diablo team, like, I think, see, Diablo Immortal, if you strip away the pay to win, it's one of the best mobile games there is I've ever seen. For phone, next to a MiHoYo game. But stripping away the pay to win. Alright? Strip away the pay to win. Right? No. Diablo 4 is actually a good game in this aspect. They actually listen to the player base. Now, this isn't true for most part of Blizzard. Unfortunate. Blizzard under EA was absolutely horrible, for the record. By far. But Diablo Immortal, at its core, is possibly one of the best mobile games for what it offers. Now, when someone said, do pay to win, right? When someone came to them and asked them to do the pay to win against their will, did it ruin the game? A little bit? Potentially. That is a problem. I mean, like, supposedly, don't get me wrong, I don't think that, like, if you're going to do it, like, most of the Blizzard team is just weird. Like, it depends which project it is. I'll probably say Overwatch is purely soulless. But it's just what aspect of it. Because it's that weird moment that Blizzard with Diablo 4, they do listen to player feedback. At least. Diablo Immortal, they listen. But they still have the pay to win feature. But that's the concept of Uh-huh. Not a single fucking, not a single fucking ancestral. Why am I pulling blues? Should I be pulling blues? See, that point, I've made that point before. You gotta think of it as... You have to think of it this way. We're in an era of... I'm not saying corporate gaming. Just hear me out. A lot of these people... Companies don't... People... Hold on a second.
The next the wind's truly fine quality. Well done.
That is not good, though. Lucky opals are always easy to get. And the gear you get stuck with. Anyways. See, fury per second doesn't matter. Oh boy. Those will be better, though. Cultist. Well, yeah. Oh, fuck. That movement speed, though. Christ on a stick. That movement speed is dog shit, though. that point, you just feel I'll be better though. I mean, I don't know if I can get any higher. See, I don't think I can get any higher on those. The only thing that made those perfect if those were evade. I would never say, right? You're talking about like 125% movement speed, and it still feels like you're in sludge, though. It's actually the problem. It's the only issue. But well, that helps on the front of the other. This game's weird. Like, hey, look, it's like if you can usually try to farm, find a 4GA, that's like where you're going to be the max out of that, sure. But see the thorns or the other works. See, it probably would put me there, but yeah, like you lose a little bit of armor. But definitely the issue is armor. Is what I'm losing. And I'm hoping that that could bring it up. But I don't think so. See, right now my strength is a bare damn minimum. Because as I said, both of those don't help. And they help here and they help here, right? But those don't help. It's that armor problem being up here. It's that RNG on the amulet that is proving to be a problem. Movement speed is some lie if movement speed doesn't murder us. Right. So movement speed didn't murder. You have to leave your number, right? I'll see you though. Let's see it. Where did I put that on? would almost transfer that to her. Let's see. I do lose stats, though. I lose stats. But that is a good one for this character. Cooldowns here, cooldowns here. So. But yeah, a lot of those do better. Usually speed and efficiency. Going by it. Besides being weird. I'd hate to change those, though. I could. Damn. You can still die, though. Oh, God. One of the last things we need is the auction house. We don't need that. Worst part of D3, and it was so bad it wasn't even, it was removed. The good part down here is a lot of these are so chock full of ads, they all give us stuff. Yeah, I bet that's the same guy from the other day. Thing is, I'm not sure though. See, that's a 3-star. It's in everything but the stats, but it is good. But it is also damage reduction. Which, I mean, Spiritborn do have that. I mean, actually, the only thing is I could do Ragnar Wake, which, I mean, is fine. But then again, it's like when I got this build done, I got the World Gorgers, though. Sure. This is where we have, like, a lot of damage, though. This is a lot of build. Like, I have, like, 1,500, so... Shielded. Classic thing, the person on the ground turns into a beastman. Okay. Right. This movement speed, though. Not liking it one bit. It's tolerable. Where my ideal is. It's good if you get stuck in. Really? This shit ain't worth $5 bill. Guy thinks it's worth $5 bill. It's the problem. People overvalue things. I don't value, like, I've seen people say stuff is really, like, super expensive. Like, if you're paying that... If one of the stats was the other... Yeah. All stats? Possibly. But not the way that is. It's reduction and then the other. That ain't worth $5 bill. No offense. That is too much money. Too damn expensive on that card. Uh, I saw it. This was a dead body or the other one. Because that was an issue. Dead bodies versus the other. The good part about a lot of these dungeons have a lot of, like... So, if you think you get Osadite from the enemies, they're just good little backwards farms. But with the seething opals, you can farm a lot. The thing is, you just wait for them to blow up. That's the problem. Yep. So a lot of this is they just blew... A lot of things just blow up when you just go and do things. Really? Where the fuck did you come from? A lot of those, it's more or less interesting to say. He's also really buggy down here occasionally. Really? Yes, you see it. Thank you very much. Oh, hi, asshole. Jesus. Hey, for once I didn't hear him. It's Tony's gay dad. No. Oh boy. Early on was a leading killer of players in hardcore. Really funny. Now nothing more than an average pushover. Damn. Toadie's gay dad died again. Unfortunately. Butcher can absolutely wreck you under certain circumstances, but at this level, if you're dying to the Butcher, you got problems. Dying to an Infernal Butcher, Understandable. Yes, I use that joke every time because it's funny. But no, Butcher can absolutely wreck you if it's really bad. Used to be like in the high tier nightmare dungeons. Oh god. You'd pop up with that modifier entirely screw you over. Interesting. And now there you get the realization. Someone says it. Tired of playing just straight Spiritborn. Yeah, see, I take the hard route where it's... Yep. It's gonna come up a little short here. I've seen you walk around though. So a lot of this, it's like, I'm not saying Necro, depending on the version, feels a lot better to play. It's usually a more base build, but it is a lot, sometimes more comfortable. 105 solo. I wish someone luck. And let me see, is he... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sir. I see what you're doing. I don't get that look, though. Really? It is getting weird to be the lone, not spirit-born most of the time. Believe it or not. But the good thing about the Spiritborn is it's good for farming right now. I should probably take advantage of before they actually close the loophole. But then again, people who usually play Spiritborn like that usually are the same people. They're not staying in the hours. Like, this is the first time I've actually tried more than one character per season. Because honestly, if I was on Spiritborn, I would have been done. I would have done about 2 weeks. But 2, 3 weeks, maybe a month. Really. I like how that thing, basically, if it has a shadow enchanted, there's like a couple, like, not only does it do shadow damage, but it also has the part where it, what it does is they basically have that clone stays. That clone, if it lingers, can kill you. Blood blisters, eh? I'm touched. Oh, it's so hard though. That's why I like that rupture. That rupture is so good of an ability. Because with this particular setup, it just likes to blow up everything in like a massive AoE. A well-placed rupture with the other? Ah yes, it's the size. You know, and it wasn't not like I wasn't a believer in actual like arsenal abilities. But I get convinced. I got convinced on them. I was like, I got stuck with it, couple, and then I just experimented with it. Death Blow does work better than it did. I only lost, but it. And again, I may have been. But after Hammer, you look at the damage you're just not getting with Hammer of the Ancients. I mean, that's because the damn thing's nerfed into oblivion. Because there's an issue. Good. Yeah. This run might be a little bit better. be honest, infernal pits were a little more dangerous. 5 in an hour, but you need somebody who can clear stuff. And see, the funny part is, people don't kill everything in Nightmare Dungeons. That's actively how you get more of the materials, so... Really? Yeah, they all die too easy, sadly. But yeah, that's why I say a lot of this, right? That's why I usually come to these. They're a lot easier to farm, which they do require you having requires you to have the DLC, but per density, these are so much better. Watching things explode in like fire and blood is pretty... It's a weird thing. It's actually what winds up happening a lot of times. Things just wind up blowing up or bleeding out, basically. I'm at the point of just leave barbarians alone at this point. It's my only other fun class I kind of truly like. Druids are a little bit too, I feel like druids are that class that's, like, as I said, they're unique dependent. They're not mythic dependent. But they're up there as far as gear dependent, role dependent. And what's murdering. I'm not gonna lie, they really fucked over Bubble. It would kill them to make Bubble every, like, minute. I guess they feel like a minute is too long or too short in combat. I don't know, right? Bubble has been, like, it's been my go-to for a while, you know? And the idea is Bubble is it's an oh shit moment if you become less healthy. You go healthy. I just don't think. I don't think it's worth 5 billion, but you can. They can dream and think it is. I mean, they would say, oh, really? I mean, what is that? Health? Uh, so, the problem on it is actually that it has only +3 to basic skills. Is basic skills that great? How many classes use basic skills? Good on a barbarian, but about it. That's a problem. Um, I probably should. I But this build with attack speed is good though. Like attack speed on this build? Eh. Is Distill Fear worth anything this season? No. Because no one likes doing Beast and Ice. I should have probably switched off Hammer of the Ancients a long time ago. I mean, in reality, yeah. Like, I really, really should. But then again, pre-nerfed Hammer of the Ancients was a little bit better. The problem is they keep coming after it. So you might as well go with another arsenal ability. Uh-huh. I spotted Volcano. I tell you, Tony's gay dad doesn't know when to stay down. But honestly, running into the butcher twice is funny. No, actually, nope. Yeah, twice in a row now. It's funny, I'll probably do 10 now and never run into him. Yep, happens more than you think. It's so strange though. Like, there was a period, one season. You mind just turn? That I basically never ran into like as why you have to join and leave? Weird person. Strange. Ugh. Person about. I need pets, but I. Huh? Excuse me? Oops. Who determines these prices? I don't get it. 5 billion? For a 1 star that has endurance. Right? It has endurance. Fucking people are insane. I tell you. Runes at 100 million make more sense. These people and their inflation in their economy, and I will never understand it. It doesn't make sense. Oh, 3 billion. He says 3 billion. 3 billion for that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I saw it. Thank you. It's a weird. Uh-huh. Oh, stack of living steel, huh? I honestly should remember that Justin's guy name because I think I tried to ask him something before and he wanted really wanted god awful for something too. I was like, but then again, right? Realistically, you can always just try and maybe they fuck up and ask something. Most people here just list the price for something and you just see either take it or leave it. Occasionally you find good deals, steals, and anything else. Or I find it myself. Ugh. You know what's funny? Path of Exile 2's shit's supposed to start this month. But yeah, the funny part about it is yeah, play this. I'm like, oh, it goes into beta. It's like, see, Path of Exile 2, I get why people like Path of Exile. I know why. Me, yeah. I've just had that moment. This has been that. Fallout 76. That's what I play. Nothing too. Black Myth Wukong was a break, which I still enjoy. Space Marine 2, depending on the day. Which I should not be playing on the weekends. But really? Oh, it's cursed. Oh, my bad. My bad. I need to do pets, though. I'll have to switch characters, but I will have to switch characters. Ugh, I have to ask him. I need a bunch of Ocidite, and it sucks. I might take that Harley Quinn's, and if I put it on the one, I just gotta be. Oh god. Nope. Tier 3 or Tier 4, but Tier 3? Hmm. But yep, mostly the only reason I fuck screw you. Thank you. One last fuck you from the volcano on the fucking ring. I tell you that is the most annoying modifier. It's like one of the most annoying modifiers. Doesn't it doesn't suck? It can kill you, but at the same time, no. I'm not saying it shouldn't exist, but damn it. I mean, it's been around for a long, long time. It's the I need to stick with the character and do glyphs. I think it's the issue itself. So far, some of this gear I've been married to for a little bit, and it's not the worst gear to be married to, but it's hard to replace it. You know, not the best to replace. It isn't the best in slot, but it helps. Character is better. Um, what I would like to do is get up to tier 3. Tier 3 dungeons are pretty good, though. Like, helmets and that have not been kind. I haven't gotten a lot of those, I just have these, so. Vulnerable damage is good, too. This is so annoying to actually do. I hate asking. Uh, oh. I'm not waiting for those. See if I get any luck. See, I'll need a lot of things. Oh god. age-old tradition in Diablo 4 to kill anything before it does it mechanics. Then we're fucked if anything runs it. Yeah, everything I don't need, I tell you. 1-star scythe. Sure, folks. Bad River. Oh, 1-star Bad River. Ooh, yes, at least good. A 1-star Bad River. I've been looking for one of those for a while. Especially, I got the Mortifier first. But it's funny, I finally get 2. Devil's luck, man. Jesus. Oh my god. Good luck fucking today. Okay. Cake. Please, please. Thank you. Okay. Oh god. Wow. I have to thank this guy. This guy has been my lucky charm for some reason. I have no idea. Right. Another guy that I was, this is just the one. Okay? And I say this with the fact of a second Harley Quinn crisis. Okay. I have to. I'm not saying I owe people, I repay people for what they do. But I can't complain. So. Okay. These are the nice people who just get you things. Like, what is he saying? The other. Where's the bubble? I gotta go back over there and pick my shit up. Why does my fucking portal look the fucking same? Hello. Come here. Nope. Thank you, Ohms. Alright, I finally get my 2 Black Rivers, which Bad Rivers is the version of the Mortifier. Nice. You know what? Maybe if I get a 3-star, I'll probably switch it out, but I'll still keep this Mortifier. This Mortifier has been my... It was funny. Still working on this, I think, one of my first Mortifier, which is this one. Here. But, it's the same. It. So, early on, I started the season late. And then the person, I think it was this Mortifier, it was this particular Mortifier. I got so lucky and actually got it. I got lucky and got it. And one run, and it just worked. And what's funny is I didn't get a mortifier the prior. There we go. It's also why I'm a firm believer in having good karma. I think this guy, this guy is also something I undersold something to him. So, wow, bad time to fucking go away. Okay, that was the time he just nukes me in one hit. Fuck. Really? I see what this... I see something he has said before. And it's really funny about... things. Whatever luck this guy has, I'm so curious. That's a Tyrael. That is a Tyrael's. Actually, he reversed by curse, I guess, on this character. Usually my luck here is if. If indeed. Very terrible. Fuck you. I thought it was a Tyrael's, damn you. I ain't Tyrael's. I thought it was a Tyrael, but I am wrong. But it's a Shroud of False Death, okay. Okay, fine. That's part of the Spiritborn build. You know what I am going to do? Well, with him, I'm found about 3 to do it. But, see, with him specifically? Yeah. One guy found 5. The other guy got Shattered Valve. I forget what Shattered Valve is. Was it Azure? Interesting. Now I'm getting GAs. Any other season, Soul Brand would be good. It is not. Any other season. You know? But I got a shroud of death. I mean, I know the false death. I mean, it does its things. Ah. I mean, some guys using the same portal as me. That is not fun. I'm weird like that. Flicker step A. Thank you for the. Ah, reminds me, I need to actually. Oh god, this is too far. I need to remember to level my shit. Okay, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. I've been getting Banished Lord talismans for all season. I really should start selling them. Honest to God. Honestly. Welcome to the life. Icy drops good runes, I mean. Thing is, Banished Lords have been dropping all season, so I'm not saying that their value is shit, but these things have been polluting the market. Like, they've actually, Banished Lords, not that have been nerfed, they just don't get anything, really. Like, the thing about it is they, I would say nerfed, but they have been all over the market currently. You know what? I am going to change. You know what? I am going to change it against my better judgment. Right? I shouldn't. Well, I'm going to test this out. Good. It's against my better judgment to change that. I'm going to test it, though. Materials are so much. I keep being carried. How does someone of them... I can't unsee it. It just does temporarily annoys me. You know what's so funny? I've done these before and not got GA bad rivers. But apparently now I do. Again, it's like so many of them. Where was this about like weeks ago? No. Be good on It's really one that no one cares about. Because what it does is corpse explosion consumes up to 4 additional corpses in the initial corpse. But deals 126 and increases the size. Which, theory, yes, funner. And one is corpse explosion creates simulacrums, which blow it up. Basically the equivalent of speedrun. But oh, what's funny is I couldn't get Blood Moon Breaches all season 2. Apparently now I do. Be sweet unknown irony of it all. You know what? Sweet unknown irony. I got a melted heart of Slimag. Yeah. That's a weird one. Yeah, I got that one. It's funny. I think I was a junk when I got fucking all season. No threes. I don't get twos. I get the other ones. See, I don't get twos. I get like ones or twos, basically. Kinda still cursed luck in a way. In a way. In a way. But not the worst. What's funny is I get runes. I'm good at getting runes. Now I don't feel bad about if I have to use my Harley Quinn's crest or something. Yeah, he literally does take the smoke break, but it does. But see, Shroud of False Death is not the worst. I am so curious. It's terrible. Now my cat realizes he got shut up. least I got two hard. You know what? Soul Fells. See, okay, these have been dropping a lot too. Like, that's so just. Zofels are definitely been losing value. It's weird as they get Flicker Step. But they're not as, what do you say, quote unquote, meta, but they are not meta. They're not meta as you think they are meta. They are. It's the strangest thing in the world, too. It's like, I don't get 2 GAs. You know, if you think about it. I don't get 2, but I somehow get those. The irony, as I should say, of like, 3, 2, 2, 2, yes. Look. Look, 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 look. That's so cool. Look. It's nice. Look. Ugh, there's 2. Oh, okay, 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 I get it. So 2, 3, yeah, alright. Alright. So, like, that's good, but there's no intelligence increase. So, the thing about... Okay. Mhm. There's such a variance in these. 65, 75. So that's like 65. 55 vulnerable. Which I guess vulnerable. With lucky hit chances okay. 95 uptime. No. So foul. No. So you still keep that one. Or you keep the one here. So 65, 61. So you probably get rid of 7 and keep those. It wouldn't be nice. What I'm looking for, but my luck to hit another hit like a 2 or 3 star bad river would be like. Black River. God, I cannot even get that. I've had the Black River is. So to get that, oh, it'd be so nice. Look, the one's so cool though. By the way, 75, but it ain't good. It's still the other, right? 5.8, 60, 48, 98. None of these compare. Like, none of them. 55, 5.6. But they're low. So, like, talking. That's 61, 65, 98, 48. 5.6, 5.6, right, 65, 55, 75. See, Tibbles, Tibbles drop a lot too. I've seen a lot of these weighted this season. Zofals, it's really interesting. Mother's Embrace, like those have been very common this season. 450, 35, 18. Nope, that's an easy one. See, a lot of these are really easy to get rid of. Soul brands are not. Ugh, this is if. Close. Let me see. Flicker steps. Interesting ones, don't get me wrong. 90%. Nothing Azure is not that great, but there's a 3 potion capacity, but they don't matter either. Three potion capacity ones. Which, to be fair, I mean, more meta-ish. Some of these are far more meta. They just don't appear that way. Blood Moon Breaches are the curse duration ones that everyone wants. 18, 18, 20, 19, 45, 20. Damn you. Die. Damn it. Bitch, don't just die. It's the one that doesn't die. You can kind of kill her if you just wind up and you do it, but damn it, she's awful. I hate her. She is awful. I take that as a thing. Really? Right. Fuck you. Let me check. I have some shit I have to check. Fuck. I just wish she would die. Just pure, not the point of. It'd be so nice if she just. Nope. Come to fish. So how many? Damn it. It'd be nice if we could just one-shot her and not think about this, but no. Oh. Okay. The problem is... What doesn't... Oh, come on. One lightning bolt. Come on, one lightning bolt. There are a couple ones. Have to go see. Oh, no. I hate that. a ball light, if one of those ball lightnings touches me, I die. Hold on. I don't think it minds. It's fucking random, just ball lightning that just murders me. It's not the other. Like, how one random ball, like... Okay, the thing about it is, right, like, what kills, more or less, is not the... It's not entirely correct, because what he is saying is partly true, but also partly not true. Because at the same time, the issue itself is... Endurial is a boss fight, like... What is it? Best way I can describe it. It's just weird. It's kind of awful. Because the Endurial is just shit. Like, to fight. Because Endurial is just awful. Like, concussion does. But there is no staying outside the other AoE. As long as the AoE, like my shield, comes into effect, I'll probably do good. Well, you know what it is? I took my... Oh god, that killed me too. The wall killed me. Nope. Endurial's not where I pull stuff. So what I think I did is I shoved all of them away. It's like, what do I think I know I have more. Somebody thinking that I shoved them somewhere in my inventory. Get rid of all of these. Mark those. The thing is, you're just marking them as, you're marking them as just basically to be dismantled. Fuck. Thank you. Hi, fat cat. See you. Oh, I didn't check and see. I know I have dolls. Unless they got moved to another damn page. Oh, you know what I did is I moved them. Ah, damn it. They're on that other character. They're on that other character. Fucking stupid. A Doombringer? I got a Doombringer. What the fuck? That was the last thing I was not expecting to get. Because there's a certain plunk sound. You'll hear it if you get something different. The thing is, do you use Doombringer? That's... I thought it was a grandfather, but... The Godfather, no, that's not... Sorry, Godfather. Then I realized God... God... Like, okay, that was a ball. What the fuck? Jesus H. Christ. Like... This should stop doing shit. You just got up to like suddenly a 400 big. That's fucking awful. Yeah, you suddenly just entirely lag out just because. I have to ask. I am curious though. Hmm. I think it's like I'm kind of curious, right? Because I'm assuming like, huh? Here's no idea. Really? I sit on her. I'm not killing her quick enough. Oh. Wow. See, the thing about, like, staying on the other. Oh god, she don't die that quick. Hmm. Oh god. See, it's that lag. I barely touched the damn. Like, if you touch the line, you're auto dead. That's the problem, right? If you touch the even, like she has probably 3 to 4 one shots. So, and not to mention one entire big giant one. Why is it me? Fucking unfortunate as shit. Eh. Okay, she die. Just that'd be the point. A lot of this is just welcome to the in-game farm. People just one-shot bosses, and then how it works. A couple of GAs those runs, but no twos. No two GAs. We used to have those. Clean all this shit up later. I think I was joking earlier about that. Hmm. Someone needs a fucking shit ton of versions too. No one is using distilled fear, and I don't kinda want to like move. See, the funny part about it is, for Sean, I still have runs. So. Well, I mean, I'm sure Beast and Ice won't fuck us over. Uh, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, hell way. Greater Gauntlets and not one fucking GA. You know what? No. Take that back. You know, my luck. You know. I mean, either one. That's what you guys want to do. I gotta start burning off distilled fear, man. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna start burning through distilled fears. 100. I have like 100. You have like 2 stacks? Okay, sure, I'll buy that. No! No one fronts Beast! My curse could work too, either one. I have fears. I jokingly say I have fears. Okay, no one wants to run Beast and Eyes. No one has been running Beast and Eyes. Which is insane these days. Like, no one runs Beast and Eyes. Like, oh yeah, that's what happens. I get a lot. Like, I'll farm like shit. Like, I'll wind up with, like, that's the thing, right? If you just do tree bounties, you do a lot of this shit, you wind up with like, what is it? I pretty much say like, same with steel. It's like I usually wind up with a shit ton of steel. That's why I always have it. I don't ever buy it. I just earn it. That's what's funny, by the way. A lot of stuff, like, people realize a lot. Like, I have, like, currently I have, like, 6 stacks of, like, fears. I have 6 stack of 50 fears. Because no one runs Beast and Ice. I'll be good till I have one shot at it. Find out how strong you really are. I feel like that's just... that does not feel right. A lot of it's just damage. Like, see, I don't know if they bug out or it's the other. True. What's going to happen is all those fears I have are going to go straight to Eternal. Back, they're going to go basically to Eternal. So they're going to go. They're going to stay there. But see, a lot of builds, right? At least I'm getting things for it. What's funny is I haven't. That's actually a fire ring. I'm actually astonished. How is that a fire ring? I should say that. I don't get a... Huh. There is no perks to, like, leveling things post. Because that's the thing, they do level to 45. Okay, sir. Fuck you. God damn it. Now that will one-shot you. Oh, that's bullshit. I'm getting away from that. I'm getting away from that. Yeah, Shroud of False Death, right? Yeah, well, good. Just use that. I'm gonna be putting a second Harley Quinn on this character. One of the first. Then I'll probably shove off the other to one of them. I just need to get it leveled. You know, it's gonna take like thousands of things. But yes, this isn't even close to being done. So the funny part about this, right, is unfortunately this feels boring, and I can understand sitting on your ass half the time, but yeah, this is the way of life. Look, people who could clear top levels this fast, yes, good thing to have. So, like, granted though, a lot of these might not be the final rings, ish. So I don't know why like that one may not. But the resist to all, yeah, it's probably gonna stay. Currently, this is bad. The issue right now is that but what I need. I've just now collected 100,000 obols. Okay. Okay. Okay, game. I guess with the cap at like 200 and 2,500? Ah. I guess with the cap at 2,500, that makes more sense. Jesus. That's the corpse skill. Awful, 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 awful. Oh, oh, oh. Not good ones, though. See, this is the thing, right? It's not like... It sounds like I have to beat the Deathless Visual version. I'm sure. Totally fine. Nothing... Not awful in the first place. Some of this is just not. Like, some days it's just like turning over gear. Oh yeah, like, this shit's like awful. Like, these pits, yeah. Like, there's people who have already done this. Like, this is literally ignore everything and you're like, good. Like, oh, that's right, I have 4 barriers. I have this, I have this. So I like those. See, I can only imagine, right? It, this doesn't get better, actually. Like, I... Yeah, it don't get better. It just doesn't. Yeah, it's like... what looks good on paper, it's like I'm pretty sure like anything past like everything we do like to get to like 280 is like, and it's not like nothing to sneeze at, but like per ad you're getting 10,000, but it is a nightmare, you know? Yeah, like eventually, like you level before, like it's like 228 to 29. It is not the easiest, but you can't really do gear here, so it's fine. So this is kind of what the end game starts to look like. I hate to say it, people multi-stacked farming. I'm not even gonna ask. Like this is like it doesn't work. It's like 200-300. Like it looks. You know, not gonna lie. Oh fuck my life. 4 fucking short. Give me a fucking break. Hey, Jesus. Oh God, 4 short. I mean, maybe I could just pop a elixir or something and it'd be good. But yeah, no, this doesn't get any better. Be seen to boss and how to boss. Boss. No. Oh yeah, it gave me a bad river, huh? Mm-hmm. Everything. The best thing you can do is pop like seethings. Like it's usually the best. Like so, like usually seethings help levelings as well. Mm-hmm. Yep, yep. Oh. Unfortunately. Wow, he actually crashes and then the lag clears up. That's funny. That's hilarious. I feel bad, but hopefully. Oh no. Oh, he is screwed though. Nope, he does miss his run. Because you cannot rejoin a session. Combat in session. I think I know why they did this. Actually, it's so people can't just leave and join multiple sessions. It was a way to combat the farmers. Actually, I mean, really, 50. Really? Passport. See, there's the argument I've never seen to push past 45, which is a strange one. Would you push past? Okay. Okay. Understand. Oh god, dear. Under fucking standable. Right. Oh, I see. Fine. Okay. That explains a lot. Well, yeah. Well, that's the deal. Like, you don't push towards 100. So, actually, I was not sure. Okay, that explains a lot of his bullshit. Okay, I understand now. Okay. Explains a lot away. Like, sometimes he might be able to get away with bullshit. Because, I'm actually curious, a theory a lot of us had going into, let's see, this season was. Okay. Well, okay. What's the gym still created? Oh. Let me see. Isn't there because you gotta get to 46 first, right? Because it's not gyms. Because, okay. See, it was the material and does the range upgrade, though. Because let me think. So, at 45, right? Isn't it like. Hold on. I'm kind of curious. Oh, see, you have to get the 45 and get it to legendary. Then it upgrades the rune range. Okay, yeah, no. Yeah, so it's the fragments we're using, basically. Actually, I don't even know which one I put down here. Okay, it's just fragments, right? I didn't know. See, I added, because a lot of us, we weren't sure, because, and I'm assuming that. Because I heard, like, that's what I said. It's, So yeah, so the idea, I guess it's just fragments, right? So it's the one where, because past 45 there's not really, because this is something too, right? Because a lot of people stop at 45. I mean, at least most people stop at 45. See, most of your average people stop at 45 because it was like 15, because the perk wasn't there. But then again, if that's the case and that's a secret, at 100, oh man, that isn't. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of insane, though, right? Okay, so the idea it's past 45. Okay, so you learn things from other people. That's usually how it goes. But you want them all at 45 first. Okay. Yeah. So the thing is that that is a bigger deal. It's getting your paragons. So once you get your paragons at that, those. I mean, shit. So it's not as. I mean, gem fragments shouldn't be hard to come by. I don't really think. The issue is, was it upgrade? Ah, that does. It's not that it makes a difference versus the ones. Yeah, because that's actually interesting, right? Because if the idea is you get your glyphs to 100, because I don't think the perks extend past 100. I mean, past whatever. Because that would explain why it would be easier to create a lot of damage with glyphs. Because if you're pushing past. Because what is it? These glyphs? Yeah. But see, legendary, right? Because there is. Okay, so if you meet it. Hold on a second. So it's plus 5 only. 10 non. And 8 to elites. So that's how far it goes out. So that is the furthest range. So the furthest range is. So the furthest range is 5. Okay. Yeah. So basically, that's what I was wondering about. So if the furthest range is a 5, and then you're just. Gem fragments don't. You shouldn't hurt on gem fragments in reality. But the question is Fourth is obviously I still have to get down to here. I kind of want to do that. Just say fuck it. Move here. I don't know why I feel like that's just not gonna work. 50? Yeah. As things are. So, like, I may just have to, like, go nab a rune. Hold on. So, I'm thinking, because this is actually, I hate saying this is, like, very boring watching, like, okay, so the idea, right, in the end game. Okay, so let me do my tree a second. Okay. Yeah. I can't do anything inside there. But I don't. I have. Hold on. I can do it. So it's leveling runes. You'll level your runes quicker. I mean, I don't know if that's possible. No, I don't like the look. I mean, granted. I don't know what is the last rune you would use. Was it? Well, if we're talking 5, what we talk about 5-ish. Mm. Hmm. See, that's a weirder one. Oh, freaking Hellcat. You know better than to do that. I mean, Dex is an easy one. It's not like your intelligence is met. Hmm. I mean, see, mages are good, but thorns. But all these are intelligence, though. Sacrificial. Feels like that's gonna be an easy one. Because if we're talking by 5, but the rare nodes is what I like. But I feel like oh, that would be okay. So that will still get the rare nodes. You see, that still gets the rare nodes though. So that will hit the red node. See the rare nodes though. Well, actually, this is kind of the main character I use. I don't know. See, a lot of it in the end game is just, I hate to say it, if it sounds ever boring, it's usually theory crafting. A lot of people just switch off to other characters and then they come back over. But yes, but like, nodes to 100 is easy in the terms of if you are just doing this. Nodes to 100, yeah. See, actually gonna have to get the build. I need to actually. See, it's not the gem fragments. So the legendaries, because it's actually getting that. Actually, the funny part. See, a lot of this build, it's like if. So the max is like 5, or we'll say 6. So. I hate these things, though. You have to do this for every character, though. That's after you get the. This is pretty much after. Anyway. No, I will have probably something, because, I feel like I have to do something here. Look. Hold on a sec. Ah, I can give him Vampire Curse. It's okay. Okay. But I can get the one that does Decrepify, though. See, this is a problem, right? It's like... See, if the Frailty board is the last one that I go into, it's either you do this one, here, I don't know, 2,000 damage orcs, or you do Moonrise. No, it does. No, is it Moonrise? No, Moonrise doesn't work. Shit. What's, it isn't Moonrise. But there is one that does curses. Hold on. There is the one that does curses. Excuse me. Aspect of cursed aura. Okay, so aspect of cursed aura could work as well. So aspect of cursed aura. And you don't have... Okay. I mean, kind of the reason. So aspect of cursed aura is the deal. Oh, shit. So aspect of cursed aura. That goes here because you don't have to have the curse equipped. Because that actually helps. Versus the actual other now can actually get... I get a lot of swords though. Okay, yep. So in game for this, right, I can actually see for the build. Because a lot of this, right, is just leveling. At least I got a Shroud of False Death. Shroud of False Death is not entirely unuseful. Yes, indeed. So the big ones you have to do. Oh god. It's getting the runes that you want, particularly, or glyphs. I call them runes. Runes are different. I feel like that one's gonna be better for dexterity, but like, ew. Okay, so what's that? That's 17. Well, no, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Yes, it shall. So, no, at 15, right? Legendary, I guess, takes it to 5. So yeah, it goes out that. Come down to here. What is that? Does it go up 1? Which is 8. We're gonna go down in here, here. Just look at it, dude. Just look at that. No. Cursed death, right? So the cursed aura. Yes. This is actually the weird part. Nope. End up sitting here is just not my way of life. Alright, now I got an idea. Frailty, so if that does, what's that, 40? No. Only 4? Stop it! Oliver. Oliver, you know better. Oliver, go up there. But yeah, that's a bigger deal. Oh god. I need to start spending nobles. Or else I'm just gonna start leaving obols every fucking where. No. Gave me another chess piece, but not great. Oh, cool. What it is has to deal with fucking intelligence now, doesn't it? Cool. Holy shit, thank you. Do this and clean up gear later. That's actually how it works. Because, see, the bigger problem is actually the bigger. See? So what happens, you just give back to what people who help you, so. Let's say 45 is the last. 15 is the radius increase, though. No, what's going to be funny is that Harley Quinns that I have is going to be a hell of an upgrade for this, though. So everything I have gets +4. That's actually going to be bigger, at least for this. See, in a way, it says like I lack attack power, but that's not always the case. It's deceptive. Ew, I got abuse. Oh, I already got that. Okay, so I already got that. And then... Ah, so I have one. I have one talent I can fuck with. So I got one talent I can utterly fuck with. So Cursed Aura goes where the Fell is. You would think, though, 2,000 on a golem would actually do something with that. It is an interesting aspect. It doesn't work like you think it does. Dealing physical damage. So that's not a good one, but I thought it was good. This doesn't work. So if gem fragments aren't the issue. Hmm. Oh, this is so annoying. But if you actually think about it, what is the chances to actually pull these? Like, it's not, should not be like that. Yeah. Bitch. Damn it. Unfortunately, when you go looking for something, you don't find it. When I don't go looking for something, I find it. Horrible. It's my luck. Like, oh, the curse has shut up. Like, this is gonna be fine. I'm gonna get it. Yeah, watch. I'm like, that's ruins word. I'm confused too. Hold a second. Eh. Oh, runes word, yeah. They call the runes word. Even the runes word system. Oh, he means Jesus. See, I need to look at it. I mean, Jaw's good. But actually, we'll see. Problem my setups, right? I just don't know. Runes are like the last damn thing I'm gonna do. You know, that's actually what I'm gonna be doing. The last things I'm doing. Trust me, if I had known, right? Some people just do. Oh God, Terror Child. Nah, I think what it is, I have the thing with smug, and then I've just been researching that. Yes, it's kind of boring, but getting carried and then you carry others in return is generally how it's paid. That does not taste good. Oh God, that is good. Okay, so that's easy. The things are... Those are easy. Right? But in a way, yeah, you get married to the... Like, the runes, though, are... Not runes, but... Yeah, I need to see which runes I need anyways. Casting non-channel. What? Oh. Yep. Home? I don't know which runes I need, though. So I don't know which ones. close. Let's see, two Tams or Tams. I think Tams. Let me see. Let me see. I know what runes. Light. Resolve. Oh. I think I got them though. It's like the cards were knocked. Doesn't say if I have it knocked though. These are not horrible. These are not very well. Oh, I'm dumb. Mm. Heels and Tams. Spend 5 for your max. Knocked. Or Anu. Actually, do I have any Anu at all? Anu, Yom, Vex, Steel, is Tam, Ja. I have 2 Anu. I have 2 Anu. Yes. Anu. Probably Yule and Anu. Yule and Anu. So I think that's still. Yule and Anu, yes. Yep. Yule, Anu. Knocked is. Okay, okay, that's 2. So, go down. Yep. Feo becoming injured while crowd control. See, runes are a weird one because no one knows. See, strangely enough, my luck with runes is actually really good. It's just certain runes, right, if I don't have them. So I'm actually kind of curious. figure this crap out. Okay, so which doesn't work because I'm still down one. Okay. I mean, like shit. That's awful, by the way. Like down 24. It's 24, right? So if you make it legendary, a lot of these do, but Jesus. It's funny as you get, when you get these big enough, you can just work. I hate being cruel, but they have to do stuff. Oh, yank. What the fuck? When did he start playing? Anyways, I'll probably get off. It's not that bad though. I'll probably have some stuff, at least commentary things. But yeah, nah. Apparently, as I said, I want to command 2 weeks straight. But hey, look! It turns out I have 2 Harley Quinns masks now. Good. Oh, I can go to where they need to go. If your minion kills an enemy or dies. Ah. Okay, so yes. Hard to believe that actually some people I know who actually have picked this game up. As I will say, I'm shocked, right? I guess a person who takes a break from COD actually plays it, but he's doing Spiritborn. But that's not unusual. A lot of people are basically playing Spiritborn. Let's see. It's not impossible to actually solo, like, entirely this tier. But a lot of it is... Doesn't work now, does it? Ah, it's a resource. I can't do it, right? Nope. Son of a... Can't do that. That's why it's that way. Hold on. Hold. What is it called? Is it utility? It's utility. Okay. So utilities can be put on shields, helmets, gloves, and that. Okay. So aspect of void, defiled area when spawns pulls enemies in, therefore cursed. That can work. This is gonna be funny. Vampire's cursed touch, right? They're also vulnerable. Yes. Good. Minor flips. So that should get into the cursed aura. Basically. And you don't have to have that. No, this is just going to be the testing part. See, I do not want to break that up. Anyways. I'll have to figure out the rune system next, so it's gonna be fun. But, I am tired. It's almost 12. Feels sucks getting old. Tired. Anyways. A lot of my builds, it's like, I just gotta get these worked through. It's like my inventory is still a mess. Happens, though. But I will catch people. Definitely tomorrow. Ugh, yes. This is just my game, choice. So it's like, I do have a lot of builds I can do. It's all that.